Good morning. It's the start of a new week and you're welcome to TV3 Newday. This is the morning news. My name is Na Ashokor. Now, let's take a look at the headlines. A building under construction, a 4-story structure, collapsed at the experimental DA school in Accra, Newtown, killing 3. President John Mahama arrived home last night with a hero's welcome at the Accra International Airport. This is after the United Nations adopted a Ghana-led resolution which recognized the transatlantic slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity. Founder and leader of Heavenway Champion International Ministry, Evangelist Patricia Isiama, popularly known as Nana Agrada, has affirmed that her brief time in jail was God's way of letting her spread the gospel in prison. And now the details. A collapse involving an uncompleted 4-story building at the experimental DA school, Accra, Newtown, was reported to the Ghana National Fire Service on Sunday, March 29. The first and second rescue teams from the national headquarters arrived promptly at 5:17 and 5:19 respectively to commence search and rescue operations. A total of 23 persons, including 15 females, 8 males, and 3 minors were trapped. Through the swift and dedicated effort of the Ghana National Fire Service, rescuers and partner agencies, 20 persons were successfully rescued and conveyed to the various health facilities for treatment. Sadly, 3 persons, 2 females and 1 male, lost their lives, and their remains have been handed over to the police for preservation and further investigation. Rescue and security teams remain on the scene to complete debris clearing and ensure safety. The Ghana National Fire Service commends its rescuers for their timely response, professionalism, and unwavering commitment, which significantly contributed to saving lives. We also express appreciation to all supporting agencies for their coordination and support. Our deepest condolences go to the bereaved families, and we wish the injured a very speedy recovery.
I've forgotten to mention. We've gotten the fire service to do the count of what they were able to do. We've gotten police to do their count. We've gotten the ambulance to do their count. We've gotten the ambulance service to do their count. And at least we've put all the information together. And what we can say is that there was a total of 23. Unfortunately, we've lost 3. The 3 that we've lost a male and 2 females. We're not able to tell names for now. And thank God, 20 are alive in various hospitals. We have police hospital, the 37 military hospital, Mamobi, and a private facility where we have all these 20 people. Out of the 23, the total number of females among them are 14 and 15, with 8 being male. Out of these, we have minors that are 7, but those who have lost their life, there's no minor among the dead. All of them are adults, which is very unfortunate. But the rest are coping very well. But some of them were being discharged, and we insisted that look, just make sure that nobody goes home and later have other challenges. So it's just too unfortunate. And you've seen what we've tried to do. We brought in the police canine dogs, and then we brought in the narcotics control commission's canine dogs, and then the military. And we made sure that they went through one after the other, and to be sure that there's no resemblance of some other persons trapped in there. So for now, at least with what the dogs have done, with what the military have cross-checked, we can say with some, maybe 90 to 95% certainty that we do not have any other persons in. So meaning that largely, in terms of rescue, we may say the rescue is coming to an end, but they will have to continue with the collection of the debris. We are hoping that nothing should be found, just as the dogs and all the check have happened, so that we don't have further loss of lives or further injured persons in there. So we want to thank all of you for the good work that you've done, and to assure you that we'll continue to do the very best that we can. Obviously, this will call for a full-blown investigation. We are hearing pieces of information that the Municipal Assembly had already sent warning that this building should not be used. Only last week, I told. But unfortunately, they didn't even know that some people have come in today to worship. Maybe this is the right signal to all of us that when things like this are done, then we need to position officers to make sure that nobody goes. But this is not the time for playing ball. This is the time to see what do we do to keep ourselves together, because in the time of people working like this is not the time you have to abortion blame and divide. So I want to thank everybody, the area boys. They did so well before the rest.
And that was Interior Minister Honorable Muntaka there on the site giving us updates on exactly what had happened. We'll continue to bring you updates throughout the day on the clearing of the debris and on how the persons who were rescued are currently faring. We'll also take you live to the site where my colleague Marina Egbeta is on standby to give us updates on the state of affairs now at the moment. Let's cross over now to Marina. Marina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
What can you report this morning from the accident site?
Well, I'm sure that this morning we're still seeing the presence of security apparatus of this country here. And from what I've seen, the military has been here all throughout the night. So have officials of the Ghana Police Service as well as the Ghana National Fire Service, who are all working together to begin to try and clear the rubble. After the time we just arrived here this morning, we've seen officials of the Ghana National Fire Service again come through with fresh equipment, which is going to help to clear the rubble. And quite the crowd as well gathered here this morning in anticipation of the clearing of this rubble a day after that unfortunate incident, which we understand has claimed the life already, most of the things. That's what it looks like. Officials are continuing to coordinate and to get an understanding as to when the machine can come alive again, and for the heavy lifting to continue. But like I mentioned, we've seen the officials of the Ghana National Fire Service who come around again, who are here, but some have come again with additional equipment, which they are going to begin to use in trying to clear the rubble this morning.
All right. Thank you so much, Marina, for bringing us that update. We will bring you live visuals shortly of exactly what is happening. But Marina, have you been able to speak to any of the relatives of any of the victims from last night's crash?
Unfortunately, we're yet to connect to any such individuals from eavesdropping of a few conversations here and there. Some people were talking about how a close shave of a thing it was for not just themselves, but for also other relatives as well. But we're yet to connect and meet really members or family members of victims from the pastor, but that's certainly one of the many things we see to get details of this morning as well.
All right. Now, have you heard whether or not the pupils who attend the school are expected to come to school this morning, or has there been an alternative arrangement made for them?
As of now, having been on the site, it will be a difficult decision to see school kids come around this morning. None so far at this time 6:15, suggesting that children will begin to come around this place, because the entire place, along with the military officials, the place has been cordoned off, barricades have been mounted from some 50 plus meters away from the site, with security officials all around. Yet to get an official word from any school authority but from just I can see, it suggests no kids will be making their way to school around this area this morning.
All right, Mawina Igbata, thank you so much. We'll come to you again during the rest of TV3 Newday for more updates on what's happening now on the ground. That was my colleague, Mawina Igbata, bringing us a live update from the site, the crash site from yesterday's very unfortunate collapse of the DA school building, unfortunately killing 3 and injuring many others. We'll bring you more details as we go. We'll also bring you some live eyewitness accounts of the event on exactly what happened.
They're too happy for here right now, because like you need to attention before I hear the thing. Since I build the bridge for the record down here. Because here the school. What I say. So now how the thing there, people the inside will plenty. If you check what they do for inside, they get me. If you check what they do for inside. But still people the inside where they feel, they don't feel come out them yet. But right now they come out somewhere right now. If you see you like, that's not busy. You know if you watch them. But God grace, we did talk small with the ground. Why can I do with the ground? But we pray to God say everything will be okay. So just say like nothing will do anybody. That's why we give ideas to the sense say make it break it down small to the sense say people go fit pass there small come out. But the top one they bring the top one there, master. The this way they don't want to see what they do all here. Be that way go happen right now. Because this thing they happen for you no be easy. People they inside they are there with them for use. Not be giddy. If somebody give you a day, they have to take. But not the one you tell them anything. The thing where they end the one, they be here where they do for them. But not be easy for here. You get me? So the two happy for here right now, not be easy. So me brother.
But you can't
I was schoolmate. Then I was a small girl. Next, our boys boy. But small girl, you know, small girl. And I'm a brother, we have friend, then I'll stop with them. Then I get look at you and say, school now. And I'll give you a first.
I can tell my papi, my papi. Hey, Babu Yadao. Hey, no, you're
All right, we'll bring you more information on this matter and throughout TV3 Newday this morning, as well as our subsequent news bulletins. Now, on to other stories. President John Dramani Mahama arrived last night with a hero's welcome at the Accra International Airport. This is after the United Nations adopted a Ghana-led resolution which recognized the transatlantic slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity. Here is President Mahama addressing dignitaries last night.
Acknowledgement of the slave trade has been fragmented. This is the first time clarity and record has been brought to the issue on the highest global platform, the United Nations. This is not about the past alone. It is about justice, dignity, and truth. It is about ensuring that the legacy of slavery is neither forgotten nor trivialized. And it is about laying a foundation for meaningful global conversations on reparative justice. Ghana has once again demonstrated moral leadership on the global stage. Working with the African Union, the CARICOM, and like-minded nations, we have helped to shift the global conversation. This is consistent with our history from our independence to today of standing for justice and human dignity.
And now, founder and leader of Heavenway Champion International Ministry, Evangelist Patricia Isiama, popularly known as Nana Agrada, has affirmed that her brief time in jail was God's way of letting her spread the gospel in prison. The former fetish priestess turned evangelist disclosed during a Thanksgiving service on Sunday that God used her to set up a prison ministry.
It has made me like I'm dreaming.
Agrada was convicted on July 3, 2025 by an Accra Circuit Court on multiple charges including charlatanic advertisement and defrauding by false pretense linked to her promotion of a so-called money doubling scheme at the services of her Heavenway Champion International Ministry in Wager. However, on February 5, The Amasaman High Court upheld her conviction but reviewed the punishment, ruling that the original sentence was excessive and disproportionate under the circumstances. The High Court reduced her prison term from 15 years to 12 months and imposed a fine of 200 penalty units equivalent to about 2,400 cedis. In her first public appearance following her release from jail, the founder of Heavenway Champion International Ministry was full of gratitude to God for turning her situation around.
Yes, Lord.
God used me to set up a church whilst I was in prison.
Evangelist Patricia Isiama, also known as Agrada, said she had been strongly encouraged by the fervency of her husband and the congregation during her time in prison.
Amen. I thank you. Amen. I thank you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Anyway, the prayer that you pray to God, amen, it gets to a certain point. The miracles that God was doing, I must do it. If they did not allow the Israel to go, they wouldn't have known what will happen next. Oh yes.
A visiting preacher advised the congregants not to relent in showing their support to the leader, since no man of God is perfect.
Tone down with the judgment. Throw your weight behind your leader. No matter where you go, there is no perfect man of God. Stick to Evangelist Patricia Isiama.
Lord Idwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
Now, on to our next story. Tension is rising in Bankan Busenfie in the Ga South municipality following the alleged killing of 4 people within a state of 1 month. Residents are therefore up in arms as they demand the deployment of police special task force to prevent further attacks on them by armed robbers.
4 people have been killed within 1 month at Banka Buswafisi by notorious Langat in Obum Domiabra, leaving the resident in fear and panic. According to the resident, this notorious Langat often come to their area demanding for roofing fee, digging fee, including painting fee with weapons like guns and knives. At a media briefing, the resident appealed to the Inspector General of Police, including the Interior Minister, to intervene.
Within 2 months, we lost 4 people. So we want the government to come in. If it is law we have to pay, then we pay. But if it is not with the government, they have to come to our aid and then rescue us from this situation.
It's too much now. It's killing. Though. Women be losing their lives. So we beg the government, the Interior Minister, the IGP to come to our aid. If they can even come and then give us a police post here to help us, because our lives are in danger.
The assemblyman for Ashalaja electoral area, Kwame Afepe Gilbert, also called on IGP to beef up security to combat Langat activities in the area.
They can kill you, they can harm you, they can do anything to you at any time that they want. And what they have been saying is that for them, they have been working with the police. So whenever even they have been arrested, they'll still release them and they'll come back to the community again. So people are even afraid at times when they do certain things in order for them to report. They are afraid because they think when they, in fact, they give the police the information, when they come back again, they might come back to the same community and then harm them. People are afraid for them to report them to the police.
The Member of Parliament for Dome-Kwabenya Constituency, Elikle Makorogu, says she has been able to lobby to the Obom to Kitase abandoned roads to be completed included under the government's Big Push agenda. Speaking at a community durbar in the constituency, Ellie Blim said her goal is to place the constituency as the center of governance.
Infrastructure deficits, a huge challenge in the Dome-Kwabenya municipality. Authorities have instituted the annual State of the Constituency Address series to enable every member of parliament account for their stewardships. The Dome-Kwabenya Obom to Kitase Road, which has been on the drawing board for a long time, has now been put under the Big Push agenda. Member of Parliament for the constituency, Ellie Blim Akrugu, said she is ready to put the constituency at the center of governance to spearhead development. She also accounted to the people on other sectors, including health and education.
Infrastructure development has equally received attention, particularly in the area of road maintenance and accessibility. Through the District Road Improvement Program, several roads across the municipality have undergone grading and reshaping to improve mobility. Our streets are dark. I am happy to report that I have lobbied some well-meaning companies to undertake the streets.
And that will be it for the morning news today. Please stay with us for the rest of TV3 Newday. My name is Na Ashokor.
My head really aches, feeling cold and feverish.
Sorry. I know the solution to your problem. It is Procold.
Procold? I bought some 3 days ago, but I'm not seeing any improvement. You can even have a look.
This is fake. Let's go to the drugstore. Please, we want Procold. No, not this.
Oh, but this does the same work, and it's even far cheaper.
No, we insist you give us Procold from Kojak. I don't understand why people give this fake Procold, and when they don't give the fake one, then they give you a similar one with a different name and tell you it works the same. But it is not so. If it's not Procold from Kojak, then we won't accept it.
So this is the original Procold. It has the logo and Kojak boldly written on it.
Yes, for quick and effective relief from headache, flu, nasal congestion and other feverish conditions, insist on Procold from Kojak.
Procold, K-O-J-A-C-H. Procold.
This advert is FDA approved.
Let me see. She's never had a toothache before. There might be a cavity. Don't you use Pepsodent? We used to, but I'll try the new one. That's why. But doesn't every toothpaste give cavity protection? Not really. Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter repairs tiny invisible holes to give 10 times stronger teeth. Will you trust Pepsodent? Definitely.
Pepsodent, 10 times stronger teeth.
Use Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter.
When nations rise, it begins with bold conversations. When economies grow, it is driven by partnership. This April, Ghana's business and policy leaders converge at the Pro-Business Forum 2026, the nation's premier platform for investment, enterprise, and economic transformation, with special guest of honor, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, joining captains of industry, financial institutions, investors, and entrepreneurs.
The Pro-Business Forum is more than just an event. It is a call to action. And so let us work together to build a Ghana that is competitive, productive, and inclusive, and a Ghana that creates opportunities for all.
Come, let's engage in high-level dialogue, explore industry exhibitions, build powerful networks, and unlock real opportunities from finance and insurance.
We've been called into question.
Yeah.
And it also raises questions about whether the town and country planning department, as well as the health and safety, especially the safety aspects of the various MMDAs, particularly the one in Accra, is always working up to the way they have to. And to be sincere to ourselves, across the country, we tend to see some of these buildings all over the place. And we never question, as ordinary citizens, why the buildings are the way they are. And more importantly, question those who are duty bearers in public office expected to, one, raise the questions, and then also call on the owners of these structures to be able to make sure that they put up these structures in accordance with regulations. Regulations. It's very important that we do that. And many times and counting, we keep lamenting when some of these buildings go down, and alongside them, we have victims who subsequently get deceased or die. So these fatalities, I have to also say, based on my own instincts and then also sentiment, are preventable. But we tend to record them all.
I mean, look at the pillars. They look so thin. And aside from that, you can tell that this structure has been there for some time. I remember years ago, I did this story with Mr. Kofi Bento, a lawyer, because he studied about law surrounding these things. And he talked about a situation where in other jurisdictions, you find that if you're putting up a structure and within a specific time you haven't finished it, you'll be charged for allowing it to, to be there like that. And we seem to have a number of these buildings just, being in our communities or unattended to. It's obviously, if I look at the coloring of the structure, it's something that's been there for some time, and so it's been abandoned. So what kind of laws really do we have to ensure that if within a specific time you haven't finished it, you're either fined or it's confiscated, whichever way, just to ensure that this is safe, really. And you see a number of these abandoned, sometimes, you find people who don't have homes, other times weed smokers and all of that, squatting in these places. It's really unfortunate that this happened. And it's within the experimental school at the Accra New Town. You can see the school buildings surrounding.
And I have to say, a number of public officials have been there to sympathize with those who fell victim to this. But more importantly, we've had the Minister of the Interior as well. The Education Minister also went there.
Yeah, look at
and
that.
A number of officials also have been there. But at the end of the day is what we need to do, the preventive aspect of this. Good morning to everybody who has joined us. Chairman Godwin Tamaklo, good morning to you as well. Chairman Prosper, good morning to you. Edmond Combat of the Tema Oil Refinery, Managing Director, good morning to you as well. And Pai Fianku, you work with engineers and planners, and this one's, it won't happen with engineers and planners supervising this.
Roland, I first saw this, when I first heard about this yesterday, it was a video that had been posted by 1957, and it was a video of a woman's hand under the rubble trying to get help. I hadn't heard about the collapse, so when I saw it, for a moment I did not even think that it was Ghana. I thought it was something that had happened somewhere in 1957, had brought us a report on it. But our hearts go out, Roland, Beatrice, our hearts go out to the relatives of the 3 persons who unfortunately lost their lives under the rubble. There were 23 people in the building, according to news reports. 23 persons, 20 of them were able to escape to safety, and 3 of them unfortunately lost their lives. And of the 20 who were able to escape, a lot of acknowledgement is given to the people in the neighborhood who apparently rushed to the scene. We constantly say that when there's an accident, stay clear of. Well, this is one of the situations where not staying clear of actually has been able to save lives. So we need to have that conversation properly again. But the people in the neighborhood were seen in videos rushing towards the collapsed building, and they helped remove the large pieces of concrete that had collapsed and pulled people out of the building. Also, a lot of thanks and appreciation goes out to the Ghana National Fire Service, who arrived very promptly. We oftentimes criticize the Ghana National Fire Service for their delay in arriving when they are called. But last night, they arrived promptly. Thankfully, the access road to this compound, to the school compound, was all clear, and so it's very accessible. So they were able to get there on time, and they were able to rescue as many people as possible. They came with their cranes and vehicles and a lot of personnel. We also saw personnel from other security agencies on the site, and together they were able to get a lot of the people in this building to safety. And when you listen to eyewitnesses, they say it happened suddenly, and it all came down at once. It didn't happen slowly so that the people would have been able to see that there was danger and then they would subsequently escape. According to eyewitnesses, one moment the building was up and the next moment it was down. And so the people themselves in the building did not have the chance to anticipate the disaster and escape. And that is why the bystanders very quickly approached to the building, because they knew that they had to help the people. Otherwise, you know, things would have been a lot worse.
Imagine the trauma the people would have gone through suddenly, like in a second. Things just, you know, going south like
and
that.
During a time of worship or in a house of worship, you know, this is the last thing you expect to happen when you are at a place where you are communing with God. And so you can imagine what's going on in their minds when this happened. Especially that woman's video has gone viral. The woman who was stuck under the rubble, and she had extended her arm to just draw people's attention to the fact that she was down there. And when I saw the video, all I was thinking about was, I wonder in which state her body is even in. Because if you see where her arm was out, you could see that she was in an awkward, her body was
probably couldn't move.
Awkward position. She was under the rubble and only her hand was out. And I could imagine the strength that she gathered to be able to move her arm. So she was moving her arm in a very slow wave for people to see that she was there. And she couldn't there was no sound. We couldn't hear her. We could just see her arm. And I'm sure everybody who saw that video prayed, because I prayed that she would be rescued. We don't know if she's one of the 20 who were rescued or not. But then we know that there were 3 minors and there were 20 people, 20 adults, and then 3 other people who unfortunately lost their lives. This morning we spoke to Mawena Egbeta on the morning news, and he said that as of this morning, as of 6 a.m., there were still a lot of people in the community who had gathered round over there. Just, you know how it normally happens. After a tragic incident like this, the next day you see that the media, security agencies, and people in the community will still gather around to see what's next. We know that the Ghana National Fire Service say that they are going to remove all of the debris to see, to help with investigations, to see exactly what happened. But the bodies of the 3 people who passed, they have been able to successfully remove them from the building, and they've handed over the bodies to the Ghana Police Service, who say that they are going to conduct investigations, or the bodies will help them conduct further investigations into what happened. But Mawena is still on the site, and he will let us know what's happening, especially with regards to the school children who are expected to come to school this morning. So far as he knows, as of this morning, parents have not been told whether or not the children should come to school. From the videos we've seen, it appears the school building is still intact. So where the students are supposed to have their classes is still intact. But the site is an accident scene now. And so I'm sure parents are wondering whether their children should come to school or not. We'll be able to get that information.
And I remember vividly when 2026, right? So 14 years ago, in 2012, there was an incident that we all covered, the Melcom building disaster.
Big one.
And you look at the collapse of that building and the efforts and the commentary that associated the collapse and post facto, the efforts that so-called those who are in public office, especially heads of the various MMDA, said they will do. And still we have this incident. It gives me the imagination that we don't learn from precedents. Because at the time, because of the enormity of that disaster, we had to bring in Israelis and then their special sniffer dogs.
Yes, I remember.
To be able to sniff or detect whether there were human beings beneath the rubble.
Yeah.
And we're talking about big pillars and columns as such. Now, we have various regulations in Ghana, whether it's the building code, the buildings regulation, the special and planning act in itself, that enjoins various bodies, including the MMDAs, except town and country planning, to first hand make sure that you get permits, even aligning with EPA, that's the Environmental Protection Authority, and the act that sets them up, for you to get the right certification. When you get that certification, then there will be on-site inspection that, well, the concrete that you say you'll be mixing is the right sort of mix for that column or beam, etc. And the foundation you say you're going to dig, you dug it in the right way that aligns with the guidelines. And so nobody today can come in to say that we don't have the right sort of regulations or laws to be able to guide this. Our problem has always been enforcement. So we have the regulations, we have the laws, and the problem of enforcement becomes something that we all don't take cognizance.
I actually see this as, I mean, what you're talking about is kind of the foundation towards getting here. But this place, it's something that has almost been completed but has been allowed to stay there for a very long time, to an extent that obviously this was very weak. But for me, my main concern is, having had the earlier reports that they had already questioned the structural integrity of this building, I wonder why they still allowed churches to have services in there when already the warnings were there. There should have been a way of stopping. You know, the other side of it being that people would say, why are you stopping God's people from doing what they have to do? But again, if the reports were that this is not safe enough for you to be in there, there should have been a way of enforcing this to prevent people from being in there, to prevent what we just saw yesterday.
You know, it might sound a little pedestrian, but just looking at the building, just looking at it, it doesn't look very robust. I mean, look, I mean, it's been there for. This is one side of the. There's another side of the building that shows the yellow wall. So if you see the picture that shows the yellow wall, you see that the building seems like a chair. I don't know if we could show that picture.
Like going towards the left.
The one on the outside, the side of the yellow wall. You see that the building seems to have twisted tilted to the left, to one side. And if you read commentary on social media, I mean, when I saw it, that was my initial thought, that this building, even before I got to know that there had been a collapse, so that this building looks like it's tilted to one side. And then we subsequently saw that was the building that had collapsed. And if you read commentary on social media, a lot of people were expressing similar sentiments. And so when you were just talking, Roland, about the regulations that we have and so on,
so many of them.
You know, exactly how do these agencies carry out their inspection? Because
do they?
First of all, do they?
Yes.
And how do they carry out their inspections? Because if you just walk past this building as the officer in charge of ensuring that these buildings are constructed properly and so on, if you look at the other side, and when we pull up that picture, you'll see it. Any trained officer who knows.
You said the yellow parts. Did we show you this morning?
Not. Yeah. We'll pull up that picture. It's on our group chat. You could just put it up. You would see from the other side that the building seems to be leaning towards its side. And so whichever agency is responsible, I think you mentioned it.
So we have the EPA, because you see within the assemblies they have chapters or offices of the various big agencies. So whether it's the EPA, town and country planning, well, they all are there. You have health and safety, environment, health and safety. They're all located. So they have offices at the various MMDAs.
Okay.
So they have offices because we practice a decentralized system of governance or public service, etc. As a result of that, these officers, if they were empowered and had the right sort of facilities and tools, should be working in tandem with the owners to ensure that they have the right sort of permits. The inspections are done within the processes and the periods where the construction is being undertaken. And then subsequently, this will forestall any sort of disaster of this magnitude.
Yeah.
But the question is, do they?
Do the assemblies play a role?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they're very integral because everything that's done. That's why you find for many of the areas where we have construction, they go use these red paints. And their brushes, the tip of the brushes are also so huge, big, that you find that the letterings are so illegible for you to see.
Yeah.
All right. So they tell you stop work, etc. So it's not only because you're encroaching on the land, but it's also because you're supposed to stop. Do you understand?
Yes.
Even this one even transcends to even you are driving on the road. You clearly will find a car that is not well aligned. Okay, just to use plain language, the botos is on the left, the head is on the right. I mean, you find it, and it's loaded, and it's on the same highway or road that you're using.
Yes.
So you're careful whether I should take the left or right, and whether I will be lucky enough to be able to pass by that car, and that load on that rickety vehicle that certainly is not roadworthy will not fall on me.
Yeah.
You know, and these things are dotted in our communities. And, you know, shockingly, it is when we are all asleep, that's when they ignite the resetting 24-hour agenda to build the things. And so you find that by the time you go up, you wake up
in
the buildings
morning,
are up.
Built.
Yeah.
You know, and they create disasters for those who tend to occupy them in the future.
And for me, I wish we would just ask the agencies responsible what kind of progress monitoring they do. So that, for instance, we gave you permits in 2019 that you were going to build this. After a while, do we come to check whether the building has made progress, or to what extent really you've gone with this very building? We need to be able to deal with these things.
Anyway, well, in all of this, one thing we're grateful for is that this did not happen on a school day when the young learners were on the compound, because that would have spelled a greater disaster. Comparing this happening to adults who somehow are able to wiggle their way out of physical difficult situations. If this had happened on a school day, things would have been a whole lot worse. And still, we acknowledge the efforts made by the Ghana National Fire Service and the other security agencies who were able to arrive on the scene early and swiftly to rescue the victims inside the building. We're going to go further into this issue. We're going to speak to some eyewitnesses on the ground, as well as our colleague Marina Egbeta, who's currently at the accident site, to bring us updates. And we invite you to join in the conversation. And if there's a building in your neighborhood which you think that the authorities ought to come and look at, you can mention it and let us know. And prevention is always better than cure.
There's one in this area.
There's one in your
All right, so we're using that for this morning segment, and thank you for joining us once again. So for this morning segment, we're asking the question, what do you make of this disaster, but the efforts that our agencies need to be undertaking ideally to be able to prevent these? And then after that, we'll do big issues. So we're talking about the announcement by the finance minister that we're going to have a domestic bond that is going to be issued, 7 years. We particularly haven't been told when they'll be doing that, but we're hoping that by the mid-year budget review, we'll be able to know when that bond will be issued. Does it mean that we're ready to enter the bond market? But this one is just the domestic bond market, the local market, so to speak. And so what does it mean for the economy? You know, we undertook restructuring DDEP with our creditors, local creditors, and then we went external as well. Does it mean that we can go from domestic to external? When can we do that? So we want to discuss that as well. And probably we'll chip in this as well. But, you know, the turnout of the Black Stars in that game against Austria, and today they're playing Germany. I wanted to put on my Black Star jersey, but Shadrach Abbey, our lead producer, told me that I have to err on the side of caution because I wear the Black Star jersey and they lose, I'll be trolled on social media. But I support the Black Stars nonetheless. And so if they win against Germany today, then I can put the Black Star jersey on in weight of the World Cup.
5-1 is not a joke.
Yeah, especially by a team like Austria.
Yes,
I mean, it's insulting to our independence as the first African country south of the Sahara. How do we say it? To attain independence. But this funny segment is up next. People.
Yeah.
We've gotten police to do their account, we've gotten the admin to do their account, we've gotten the ambulance service to do their account, and at least we've put all the information together. And what we can say is that there was a total of 23. Unfortunately, we've lost 3. The 3 that we've lost are a male and 2 females. We're not able to tell names for now. And thank God, 20 are alive in various hospitals. We have police hospital, the 37 military hospital, Mamobi, and a private facility where we have all these 20 people. Out of the 23, the total number of females among them are 14, 15, with 8 being male. Out of these, we have minors that are 7, but those who have lost their life, there's no minor among the dead. All of them are adults, which is very unfortunate. But the rest are recuperating very well. But some of them were being discharged, but we insisted that look, just make sure that nobody goes home and later have other challenges. So it's just too unfortunate. And you've seen what we've tried to do. We brought in the police canine dogs, and then we brought in the narcotics control commission's canine dogs, and then the military. And we made sure that they went through one after the other, and to be sure that there's no resemblance of some other persons trapped in there. So for now, at least with what the dogs have done, with what the military have cross-checked, we can say with some, maybe 90 to 95% certainty that we do not have any other persons in. So meaning that largely, in terms of rescue, we may say the rescue is coming to an end, but they will have to continue with the collection of the debris. We are hoping that nothing should be found, just as the dogs and all the check have happened, so that we don't have further loss of life or further injured persons in there. So we want to thank all of you for the good work that you've done, and to assure you that we'll continue to do the very best that we can. Obviously, this will call for a full-blown investigation. We are hearing pieces of information that the Municipal Assembly had already sent warning that this building should not be used. Only last week, I told. But unfortunately, they didn't even know that some people have come in today to worship. Maybe this is the right signal to all of us that when things like this are done, maybe we need to position officers to make sure that nobody goes. But this is not the time for playing. This is the time to see what do we do to keep ourselves together, because in the time of people working like this is not the time you have to abortion, blame and divide. So I want to thank everybody, the area boys. They did so well before the rescue team came. They on their own managed to do a lot, and we appreciate what they have done. So I want to thank you, the media, for your coverage. I mean, you stayed all this long, just up to this point. So I want to thank you sincerely, and I assure you that this is not at the end. This is just the beginning of many, many other things to happen when things investigate. How did this happen? How can we prevent it?
Watch that Interior Minister Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak during his visit to the scene last night, of course, bringing us update. 3 people unfortunately dead and 20 fortunately rescued, hospitalized, receiving treatment. But we do have our first caller on the line. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Please tell us your name, where you're calling us from. Hello? Hello, can you hear us? Okay, it looks like we've lost him, but a number of you have already sent us your messages. So whilst we wait for you to join us, there is Mr. Simon Yen from WA who says, I wonder whether the supervising agencies on these infrastructural works are really working. For most of the buildings springing up these days, even as a layman, one could see dangerous deficits from the start, and yet the regulatory bodies look on. Just imagine the number of casualties if school was in session with children and teachers during this collapse. Government actually has to step up its policy on these structural developments and hold supervisors responsible for some of these things. It's becoming one too many. Greetings to all of you in the studio. And so we're just seeing live visuals right there. We've seen some trucks, about 3 of them already on, and I think it is military officials that I see in there, really there to, yes, these are soldiers who are there, I believe, to capture what's happening and to also perhaps do their own investigations or support the other agencies, the police service, the National Fire Service, already there taking their samples for further investigation into this. So it's not just, I mean, the earlier tractors, there seem to be a lot more trucks there, the place already barricaded, and officials kind of getting ready to assess the situation and I believe support the police, the National Fire Service. I believe NADMO as well will be there. Would have the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, perhaps the district or the municipal authorities, representatives also there to assess the situation and really find out who could be held accountable for what we have seen, which has claimed 3 lives and 20 people recovering at the hospital. And already the fire tender still positioned just in case of anything that could happen or they need to do.
Yes, and these are live visuals. These are live visuals. Our hope was that by this time, most of the debris would be removed, as the Ghana National Fire Service has said they will do, and we see that work is currently ongoing. This is the actual live state of affairs now at the school site. We see that the school children are not present from the shots that we see. It was one of the questions that the parents and just concerned Ghanaians have asked, whether school children would be expected to come to the school this morning, because the school building and the classrooms appear not to have been affected by the accident. And questions have been asked whether the same engineer or construction agency that built the school built the church building, and whether the structural integrity of the school building also ought to be examined or investigated before the children return to school. The military is live or in your shots now and in line, taking orders for the morning, we presume. And the Ghana National Fire Service is already on site with their truck and work has begun. And we also see some bystanders just standing by, looking at what's happening. The area has been cordoned off. The area has been cordoned off, as is expected. And from the picture we saw earlier of the tall building, and from what we see now, the building, the collapse was from the top to the bottom. The whole thing has come down, and it appeared to be a 2-story from the pictures that we saw earlier. Now, the whole thing has come down, and the trucks and forklifts are removing the debris from the site. We'll speak to Mawena Egbeta in a few minutes so that he can update us on what he has gathered from his visit this morning. Mawena Egbeta has been there since about 5:45 this morning. And from the time we spoke to him just after 6 a.m., he said that the security personnel had already arrived. So they've been there by 6 a.m., they're already there. Perhaps they got there before 6 a.m. And you've got to appreciate the work of our security agencies. This is about the second major accident that has been reported in the last 3 weeks. The last one that was reported was the crash of the chopper.
Yes, within the Tema area around the school compound. Also, interestingly, actually around the crash.
Yes. It was also a school compound that unfortunately claimed the lives of who we now know as two brothers.
Yes.
And we saw the ceremony over the weekend for them. This is the second in about 3 weeks. And again, we have seen the swift response of our security agencies. We often, Beatrice, criticize the swiftness of our security agencies, especially the National Fire Service, when there are accidents. But I believe that this is a good time to pay them some compliments for how swiftly they have been able to arrive on the site, help the victims. Our first respondents have been great. Help the victims and also the people in the neighborhood. Same thing happened during the helicopter crash when we saw the teachers and one Alaji very swiftly move in to remove the school children from the site. The same thing has happened from the videos that we have seen from the crash site. We saw people in the neighborhood swiftly go in to help, especially the women who we saw. There were about 15 women and about 5 men from the reports that have come in to remove them from the crash site and ensure that they are taken to safety. And now we see that they are, what do you call it? They have been taken to the hospital. Some have reported at the police station to help the victims arrive to safety. And Beatrice, you saw the video of the woman who was removed in the African print dress. She was obviously confused. And traumatized. I can only imagine.
I mean, even if that side of the building had not collapsed, let's assume the trauma alone, the noise of hearing such a huge structure collapse, whether on you or, I mean, what's next? Am I gone? I mean, I can't. I just do hope that in the course of the day or in the week, we'll be able to at least get one of the victims who would have at least recovered to some point to tell us really what the experience was. But I mean, the fire service, again, I think that a lot of the time when we've criticized the fire service, personnel have always told us that it's not like they don't know their work. There have been so many impediments. Sometimes even the way, and especially when we talk about market fires, the way we've built our structures, we've blocked access to their tenders going to places, and sometimes we've even destroyed the hydrants. And it makes it difficult, so they may think the hydrants may be working, but when it is time for them to respond, then they realize that these hydrants have been destroyed.
And even attacks on the personnel themselves. We've seen people just go all out to attack the personnel of the National Fire Service, throw things at their van, throw things at them, prevents them from even doing their work. And that's just very confusing when that happens. And you're right. The fire service, we've got to commend their PR department for always being available to explain, you know, what has happened. They have taken blame where they ought to, and they have explained what often are impediments. But their swift response to this particular disaster should tell us that when access routes are clear, our emergency response teams will be able to respond with the emergency that the situation deserves. And we should learn from this and keep the paths clear and clean. Because when they're able to arrive early and on time, they're able to save lives, which is their core goal or responsibility.
And property eventually when there's fire.
Yes. I mean, this was not a fire situation. There's pretty much nothing they could have done about this, the structure. But in terms of saving lives, you know, when they're able to arrive on time, they're able to save lives. And that should be what we as citizens should be concerned about when we are putting impediments in their way. Putting up our stalls, our wares, hawkers and so on in the middle of the access roads. You know, the assemblies and the district assemblies and so on should prioritize clearing out access roads.
And aside from that, my concern is how consistent we are with this. I remember that before Christmas, that was just some weeks ahead, we saw the Accra mayor go to the the business district, clearing people from the street. And just before Christmas, they left them. Subsequently, beginning of the year, we saw the Greater Accra Regional Minister herself with the mayor in the place, And I remember her saying clearly that, well, we give them the grace period during Christmas to sell their wares. And so by now we believe that they've been sold. And so we're going to give them the ultimatum. Go back to Makola. You will find them in the streets again.
Let's read some messages coming in. Sherry Giovanni says, the building collapsed in Accra, Papa Road. This is really terrifying. We must also add some rationality to our Christianity. These days, self-acclaimed pastors are endangering the lives of believers by worshipping anyway. Even if the place is a death trap, the Christian Council of Churches and other authorities must crack the whip on those churches and schools that operate in uncompleted buildings. May the departed souls rest in peace. The question is not whether it is completed or not, really. The question is the structural integrity of the building, because even if it's completed, it will not suddenly make the building stronger.
Yeah.
And perhaps we should be glad that it's not completed, because if it was completed, there'll be more blocks, and it would be heavier actually, and the distraction would have been greater. And you know, when the Melcom disaster happened, sometime in I think 2012, 2013, when it happened, I remember being so terrified of entering any of their other buildings.
I felt the same way too.
You know, and for a very long time, I was not going anywhere near their buildings and high buildings, because it was one disaster that really shook the city, and I think I was traumatized by extension because I had been there many times. I had been in that building many times, and all I kept thinking was, oh my God, oh my God.
What if it had happened the day I was in there?
You know, and I'd been there with my young nephews, you know, and so that's all I was thinking about. And this also happened near a school building, and all I was thinking about was, what if the children had been in school, and who... You can imagine how difficult it would have been to remove little children from a rubble like this. And so, again, as this has happened, it's I think it's a 1 or 2 story building. Okay, it appears Marina Egbeta is able to give us some audio now. All right, let's go to Marina Egbeta.
Regiment. Last night, we had a report of the building collapse at Newtown, where we are currently located. And as part of our mandate, we quickly deployed personnel and then the needed equipment support to help rescue the victims of the unfortunate disaster. Upon arrival here, we established the interagency collaboration with the NADMO, which is the lead agency, as well as the Ghana Police Rep, the National Ambulance, the Fire Service. And let me acknowledge the fact that the first responders, that is people within the general area, also played a very vital role. So since our deployment, series of activities have been conducted. The initial phase of activity was to establish cordon in order to provide security at the incident area. Sequel to that, we engage in the search and then the rescue activities. And as of this morning, I'm confident to say that we have made significant effort in terms of the number of personnel that have been rescued. We have rescued 20 personnel. Unfortunately, 3 are dead, making 23 victims. Yes. So we have rescued 20 victims and then recovered 3 dead bodies, making 30. So making 23. So basically, that is the activities we have done so far. As of this morning, we continue with the demolition of the rubbles. And as you can see, we have reached the base of the storyboarding, and there is no individual trap or victim trap under.
Because that was one of the concerns, that there could still be persons inside the rubble, but you say that as you've reached the base, there's no such thing.
Yes, there's no such individual who is currently trapped under the collapsed structure.
So we're at the base, we've seen the rubble. What is expected to happen today?
Okay, so our future engagement or our current activity is to clear the debris in order to make sure that at least the area is free from this unfortunate incident. So that's our operation.
We know that this place is a school. As at the time we've been here, we've not seen any of the students making their way here. Does it mean that this place is off limits for all persons as work continues today?
Well, that is the decision of the school authority. But looking at the situation here, I think it's not an ideal for the school children to embark on their school activity for today, at least for today. It will be prudent for the place to be cleared for them to start school. So that is what we see.
A lot of people are asking questions as to why this may have happened. I know you're seeking to clear the debris, but on matters of investigation, can you tell us what is expected to happen as well?
Well, I think the whole issue has to be subjected to investigation. So for now, we cannot be able to establish the real cause of the building collapse. But for such a structure and as an experienced engineer personnel, you could see that it's purely structural integrity issues. But as I said, I'm sure detailed investigation will be carried out by the relevant authorities.
In terms of the work that is expected today, personnel who are supposed to be on the ground, can you provide us details of that as well?
Well, what I can say is that we have a coordinated strength of personnel from all the sister security services for us to carry out the activities that are likely to happen today. But in terms of the figures, I can tell you that at least for the military, we have about 30 personnel on ground. Not more yesterday, there were about 50. But as the work has reduced, we may not need that significant numbers. We aim to reduce the numbers at the site. So, but the fact remains that we have adequate personnel to be able to carry out the remaining activities.
Just by way of last question, in terms of the persons, the victims who were rescued, if you've gotten any word as to the state of their conditions outside of the 3 who died?
Well, as at this morning, the information we have is that some of them are in a very stable condition. As at last night, we also heard that 3 of them had been discharged. But because we are on ground here, we have not had physical contact with these victims. We really hope that, they will be treated and then discharged.
Means we've also not been able to get details from them as to what may have happened when they were here.
No, we haven't obtained any details from them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's Lieutenant Colonel Amponsa, who's just been providing details for us. We understand a lot of the work is expected to take place from here on in, and that's the side of the rubble, ground zero. We've seen a lot of the caterpillars and what have you stationed. We understand no other individual is caught up in this rubble as at this time. They've gotten to the base of the structure, which is very evident to see. He also tells us that the school authorities have decided on good word not to have students or pupils, I should say, return to this place where 3 persons have lost their lives, 20 others receiving treatment. He tells us that 3 of them out of that 20 have been discharged. They will seek to clear the rubble, and investigations as well will begin. He's an expert engineer and says that per observation and having been a civil engineer for quite a while, the base and the integrity of the structure is called into serious question as to what it is that we may have seen. Yesterday, when the Interior Minister was here, he made suggestions as to the municipality writing to the owners of the building as to the structural integrity. And so 2 separate accounts as to integrity. We've had eyewitnesses as well make reference to the fact that the building was weak and they were surprised persons were doing anything with respect to using the structure amongst other things. But as it is now, this is what we have, and this is what we know with respect to the incident which happened yesterday. We've seen a lot more in terms of military deployment from the engineers regiment of the military, who obviously will have a lot of expertise in terms of matters like this, and they will come in handy. We're hearing from on the ground, tipper trucks amongst other things coming around. As we arrived here this morning, we've seen personnel from the fire service as well who came through and brought in equipment earlier. like we had Lieutenant Colonel Amponsa tell us, it's a coordinated approach towards this. The entire area has been cordoned off with not just tapes, but as well barricades. And they are keeping all the residents away from this place at this particular point in time. But also of interest is there are homes and shops as well, all who operate within this enclave. We've seen some of the residents come out as we've been here and make their way out, headed towards work. Some come out to seek to catch a glimpse of exactly what it is that's been happening. But this is the situation. Shops and businesses, persons who live close to this place, all affected because this entire place has become a ground zero of some sort, where investigations will be expected to take place, where also persons are not allowed easily to come through. And so this is a pathway for a lot of people who are going to work, amongst many other things. All of that has ceased. The roads have been blocked. Vehicles are not moving in or around this place. Even as we continue to bring you these details, officials of the military continue to urge that the media persons move away from the side of the scene, because work is going to begin in earnest to seek to clear the debris from the accident scene since we've been here all throughout. And that's what the situation is at this particular point in time, as we continue to provide you details of. There's a command post as well, which has been here, where there's been coordination all throughout by the respective security agencies. But this is where we are at this particular point in time. The resident NADMO coordinator as well for the municipality is also here seeking to provide in terms of some detail as well this morning. They would have been first to get to the site. We'll seek to get details as well as to exactly what it is that may have happened in terms of eyewitnesses and some others. But here's where we are at this particular point in time. Let's try and get a bit more in terms of details from him as well.
I realize that there are no people trapped in there.
So as of now, what numbers can you confirm for us? Do you have it offhand?
Okay, what I have offhand, I think we are having 19 currently which are alive, taking treatment at the hospital, various hospitals. 3 confirmed dead. Yeah.
3 confirmed dead.
Exactly.
So for you, this morning you are here. I've seen security officials all on grounds and all. What is the next line of action?
Okay, the next line of action is for us to make sure we get the place clean, collect all the debris here, then we can pick it up from there. From the authorities, whatever directive they are going to give for us to maintain the place, because since you can see still school building over here, and as of now, the kids will still be resuming. Once they resume, we need to psych them up. Other than that, it will be difficult for them to even come and stay in there and learn as well. So
we do know that every life indeed matters, and so that situation happening, can it be a blueprint so that probably as part of your work you can find a way to assess the structural integrity of buildings, so that even before they do collapse, we can evacuate people and all, to have conversations around that?
Yeah, exactly too. Yeah, that's as you are saying. Yeah, it has to serve as a blueprint for all of us. Yeah, so even from today, we are going to make sure the necessary measures that are supposed to be taken for someone to acquire a permit before, and also the supervision of that building, we have to be ensured. I think there's no two ways about that. Yes.
But behind this structure, I see there's another structure there. Will you also have an assessment of the rest of the structures? Probably they were built within the same period.
Oh, exactly. They've been given how do you call it, the permit to work on. And so definitely we can't say because there is a collab building here, we are going to, but definitely we still have to go in there, because kids will still come in there, come and learn over there. And now how to psych them up to even come and accommodate themselves there will by all means become a problem. So we are still working on that. So once they resume, we'll have to come and get the expertise to come and psych them up to continue learning over there. Thank you.
And then hopefully the victims who are at the hospital, you are going to keep an eye on them.
Exactly. We are going to keep an eye on them, and we'll be visiting them this morning probably to see how they are faring. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. Confirm your name and your role for us.
I'm Mohammed Awal, the NADMO director for the constituency.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, you were okay. All right. You do a bit of the local language for us subsequently, but that's also the perspective of NADMO with respect to the developments here and scanty details off the back of everything that may have happened, and so lots of questions being asked as to integrity of the other structures here and present. But as at now, what we know is this debris in your line of sight is all going to be the center of focus for officials who are going to be coming through this morning. Some present already. We're expecting tipper trucks to be making their way here any moment from now, where work will begin in earnest. There are a bit more in terms of eyewitnesses amongst others, and I mentioned to you that this entire place has been cordoned off, and so away from here you see that there are quite a number of residents, eyewitnesses, and what have you, who have been put behind the barricades mounted by officials of the Ghana Police Service and what have you, and we'll try to engage a number of them, but and get a sense as to what the situation is. And this is a bit away from the area where the building collapsed at, but this is the situation. There are other schools, other facilities, I mentioned businesses and what have you, all stationed here, and we continue to see a lot of the heavy duty machinery that are present here as the entire place continues to be no-go area, and easily this is a path for a lot of people to come in and out of. But unfortunately, all of these businesses, and if you know Newtown very well, you know that a lot of printing happens in and around this place. A number of these outlets today will not perhaps be able to work from around this area because of the nature of the rescue operations to be undertaken. Not rescue operations, but in terms of clearing the debris. We see a lot of exposed metals and what have you, and it will be an area which will not be quite prudent to have people in and around in terms of getting work done. I would try and engage a few of the individuals in terms of what may have happened. Opening Yankasa Kakra, and then we'll get an understanding as to what they have made of the situation as well. But in terms of persons to get to the scene first as well, we'll seek to get a few of these individuals as well to share some few thoughts with us as to what may have happened and the concerns in and around this structure. But still quite a lot of eyewitnesses in and around this place, even as roads are diverted to ensure that mobility is eased for persons who live in and around this area. We're seeing a lot more of the young persons as well who assisted in the rescue operations yesterday coming round again to try and get a sense as to what may happen. We're seeing wires and some other materials which is going to be aiding in helping to carry out some of the work expected today, making their way through in around this area. A lot more in terms of personnel, not just from the military as well, but ordinary Joes who are contributing in their small quota, bringing in equipment here and there. And we're seeing blades which will be used and pliers and others which will be used by personnel. They are seeking to get a confirmation from the police officials to help them understand that they will be contributing to a lot of the work that will be taking place in terms of helping to clear the debris from this place. We're seeing some school kids as well, not quite sure whether or not they are making their way into the part of the school which got collapsed, because we understand this is the entire structure was part of the school, and part of it has collapsed as well. But like I mentioned, we will seek to get a bit more in terms of eyewitnesses for you as well this morning to catch a sense really in the aftermath of everything that's transpired, an understanding of first off what may have happened, what the concerns may have been in the lead up to yesterday, and now that's happened, family and what have you, in terms of persons who can help provide some bit details as to what may have happened at this scene here. And so we're still here. It's exactly some 26 minutes to the top of the hour, 8 here on TV3. We're at the site of that unfortunate incident from yesterday where 3 people now have been confirmed dead and 20 others receiving medical treatment at the respective health agencies across hospitals in the capital. And from what we understand, all that is left to be done today is a clearing of the debris here in terms of being able to begin investigations frontally going forward as to beginning to unravel what may have occasioned this particular incident. But of the many things we understand, one of such is that the integrity of this structure may have been one in question and may have resulted in what it is that we've seen. We'll try and as well get authorities from the school, authorities from the school as well, to get an understanding, because what the officials tell us, Lieutenant Colonel Amponsa, is that it is the school's decision to shut down the facility until the work is done. It will be good to get an understanding from him as well as to what may have informed that decision, and then going forward we will know what to expect. But we're live as well on 3FM Sunrise as well as on TV3, where we're seeking to get an understanding. A bit of the individuals here not being too willing, and you can understand, not be too willing to speak to matters they may not have knowledge of just as yet, because a number of the individuals have been urged to make a retreat, and for now, persons who are a bit close to the structure are all indoors. We in fact tried to catch a word or two from a number of these persons initially when we got here, but persons have been quite unwilling because of wanting to understand perhaps a bit more in terms of what is happening. But that is what we know thus far in terms of updates from authorities present, and also a bit more in terms of eavesdrop from persons who were having conversations as at the time we arrived at the site of this incident. And we're making our way back onto where all of this happened and unraveled at, to catch a sense as to whether or not the machines have roared back to life, but they haven't quite yet, because there's an of the arrival of some tipper trucks, right? Tipper trucks, which will it will make sense, because they'll have to load these onto tipper trucks outside of this place to clear the ground completely as well, to catch a sense as to what may have happened. And if you look at the structure again, you tell that it wasn't just housing a place where persons were also going to chat at. You almost see what appears to be a urinal of some sort at some point in time a part of the building being used as a urinal. We see running pipes, lots of metal exposed. A number of you watching at home and following on radio may have seen pictures as well as to what the structure looked like, and has got a lot of people asking questions as to why that was allowed to be. In terms of the understanding we've received, at least from what the minister told us, was that caution had been sent to them to desist the use of the structure, but unfortunately they continue to use it and until we saw what happened yesterday. But this is what we know thus far in terms of what may have transpired, and we'll seek to get a bit more in terms of details for you as to as many people as possible. But we'll get some eyewitnesses now as well. Some persons who are a bit willing to share details with us as to what may have transpired from this place. But this is where we are. I've just seen as well personnel from the Ghana National Fire Service again arrive with more men, new set of equipment as well. I see ladders and what have you, in addition to what it is that they already have here. And it suggests that perhaps in the shortest possible time we could begin to see a bit more in terms of action on the side of individuals here. I'm beginning to catch word perhaps that we could be having a bit more in terms of personnel from other areas as well joining in this, the municipal chief executive for instance. But let's try and get to one of the eyewitnesses. Boss, now what has he answered? Niamanisi oka ofie wanfa.
Baby, I'm going to me feel no. I didn't see you no. Me rosi here. Me phone crown me kita crown me. Who baby? It's ten crown sana obi fa phone in brain. But I didn't see a penna. Yeah, rosi here. Yeah, ni boy area boys in rosi here. Kiti. Nebe here. Omo ebe to me ayi omo ni. Nti yi omo but nkoda no yesu omo nkoda no yantumi anyo omo ese baby ade no kosi ye no yantumi anyo nko omo ye betumi a help omo na yatumi ziye ansana nkofo pukra estati eba ekiri so on say na ade nti so far no media beji mi oji de say ni sure say nkofo no asan wo
wa dwen kire no
nkofo no so omo do so but omo blue 25. So what I say, nkofo no mo no, blue 25, but you see 25 na yayi. But omo confirm say asa bet mi so me utumi say omo blue 25 yayi wo.
Okay, ma me bisa wa asem we o. Uche ha say. Omo ba asori wa ha say no, utai hu omo ba asori.
Ya stop omo. They are back at some so omo nja church no. Ama MC no aba. Wa omo cheki ahwe say na omo be ya. Omo be yeah, building. That was last month or the last 2 months. Ombe check here. And see ombe shwe na ombe ya building. But ama ombe di band we be share who say ma obia anko honum. Wow, omudi bet to me who the reason why omo fa so omudi be ye omusa di to me be here. Say church there to me 1 hour 2 hours be. Now my probably no to me 24/7. To me church in 24/7. So what I say, to me first, second, third, and say no anga so obeka say oye eyi. Oh, and
na omo ba sorry a. O ti ha say omo ba sorry nipa dodo sen na wo hwa ya omo ba.
Omo do mean to me.
Obi hu o TV so me sure say omo hu o TV so omo fro o se wo ntumi nche omo ba nkrofo dodo omo ba
omo do so pa omo do so na mami bia me expect say me ni sure say ya hu no enu say enumre say ne ma begina ha say omo so but me nim say omo hu no ye yanti hwe wo about mame no and say expect say maybe e be hu no and son as we are coming in Netia. And the only way only also from Amazon. In the area, and the only and the name there is the air call. And this is your and son ever confirm so we see. But me video say, Minister say, go for no almost.
And Ramoa has said the time being potty and
3:30 to 4 no dey see. And son start here. And here was and son up to daybreak. And I do come make kwada. Jare come jare come jare. Me you my bread ankasa na me see me relax taka. And me film there. And na ya ma chi ya. Me the PA, me send the PA.
Omo ade na to omo no ebi mutete ha say omo ba sorry wa ha say ya omo busuafo e around.
Nkofo around. Obi kura ti ase here. Ahaya no omo no omo ba prayers. Ahaya no omo no omo ba prayers. Enti then to me nka say so far no ebi musu free tire na omo ba na omo ye omo ba prayers one enti problem na ni na sem na esi.
Medase ebi ayebe kasa bi na waboa ma yehu omo ben ni omo busuafo into home na o de omo brain. And so that's one of the many persons who was helping in terms of the early rescue efforts, also helping us understand from his perspective what may have happened here as at yesterday. But we're seeing now that in terms of the work, some work is beginning along that part. What looks like the municipal chief executive or persons from his office have also made their way to this place at this particular point in time. We'll seek to get that understanding and that confirmation for you as well pretty shortly. But as at this time, as media persons, we're having to navigate all of this work which is taking place with caution, even as operations and others continue. We're seeing officials of NADMO present, some of the young persons helping to begin to remove some of the iron rods from outside of the building. And it started to an extent in terms of the works to begin to clear this debris, but not quite yet in terms of seeing the heavy duty machinery beginning to plow through this place and beginning to get a sense as to what ground zero or the bare floor would look like. We've had an eyewitness who's presented their position in terms of what they believe. There's the officials who are here who say they've reached the base of the structure as well and believe there will be no other individuals here. But it remains to be seen really what the overall assessment will be when all of this is cleared up from here. We understand that there's been family members who've come around to get a sense as to relatives who may have been caught up in this. We're keeping tabs here. We're monitoring what is happening as what is the minutest part of the clearing of this debris really begins at this particular point in time.
And it hasn't been a very good 24 hours so far because of that disaster, the collapse of that building. And at the time, we had church members as well as other individuals within the precinct of that building or the vicinity who also fell victim. Subsequently, we have deceased people as well, so the numbers are being counted. But more importantly is the rescue mission or the efforts by the relevant state authorities. And this morning, we're asking questions about how the institutions that are empowered to make sure that they enforce key regulations and laws that are supposed to make sure that building codes are well enforced, whether they've been doing their work or not, because time and number. We always have a number of these incidents being recorded, and so we will again be taking you intermittently to the disaster sites where we have Eric Mawina Egbeta on ground to gauge what the mood is, etc. But we also told you we'll be talking about the finance minister's announcement that Ghana will now be entering the bond market, but this time domestically as a start, and likely to be issued as a 7-year bond. We haven't been told what the timelines are yet. The gauge is that at least by the time that we have the mid-year review of the budget, that announcement should have reached all of us. But what does it mean logically? Because we know that we just had DDP as well as, also negotiating by way of how we need to pay back our liabilities or debts with our external credited, so to speak. And then after that, we'll take a look at this. But I have here in the studio, I have here in the studio, I have here in the studio a number of our discussants this morning, and just close by me, I have Lawyer Pierre Dankwa of the United Party. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. How are you? Yeah, I'm doing good yourself. Great. And then I have Edem Agbana as well, Member of Parliament for Ketu North. Good morning, Edem.
Good morning, Roland.
And a former Deputy Minister of Information, and then also subsequently CEO of the National Youth Authority, as well as former parliamentary candidate for Isu Jamain on behalf of the MPP, Pius Enam. Good morning to you, Pius. It's been a while. How are you?
Yes, Roland. Good morning to you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, good to see you once again. And so we'll start off disaster, very bad. Let me start with you. What do you say to that?
So let me wish a lovely viewers a good morning. I wish my brother Edem, Honorable Edem, and Honorable Pius a lovely good morning. Your lovely viewers a good morning. I think what happened yesterday was tragic, very tragic. And it fundamentally exposes the failure of our Constitution to protect our lives. Because we must place this in proper perspective.
What does the Constitution do?
Yeah, because I'm not coming to do the usual, what's it called? I wish the bereaved. Yes, we all wish the bereaved families, what's it called? Condolences and all. But it's a reflection of a fundamental failure of this democracy to protect our lives. Because when the Constitution says that under Article 13 that government is going to protect our lives and that nobody should intentionally be killed, you see, as a means of fulfilling one of the fundamental duties of this Constitution, which is to protect our lives, protect our liberties, and to protect our fundamental rights to pursue our own happiness. It also places an obligation on government to ensure that the system we create, you understand, do not expose the lives of the citizens to unnecessary hazard. You understand? And that's why we have building codes and all. And that's why we have local governments who ought to give permission to people to build. You understand? So I'm saying it exposes the failures of our system because we have a fundamental inability, and shockingly so, in enforcing the law. You all recall the Melcom disaster.
Yes, in 2012.
Yeah, we subjected this to a token, what's called, postmortem, and after nothing has happened. You recall the stadium disaster. You recall, just about a month or two ago, a case of somebody dying only because they couldn't find beds. Now, how long are we going to subjugate the citizens of Ghana to this? When people we place in power constantly take an oath to what? To be faithful to Ghana. And they are being unfaithful to Ghana insofar as these issues continue to happen. You understand? So you see, and yesterday I saw them playing politics with it. I saw the former MP, MP go there and claim that he was sacked. Then you see our politicians going there and they subject a fundamental failure of one of the most fundamental duties of government to PR. How long are we going to do this? How long are we going to fail the people of Ghana? You understand? So you see, for me, this should represent a wake-up call. This should represent a wake-up call that you don't waste, or you don't spend time going around galvanizing for votes. We give you power, And we want to continue to play politics with that power instead of using that power to do what? To fulfill the purpose.
What has this got to do with politics?
It has to do with everything. Because, have you seen the building?
Because we have the various MMDs.
No, I'm asking, have you seen the building?
I have.
And
the MMD is based on the decentralization policy of governance that we're practicing beyond the political heads are supposed to be doing the enforcement.
No, but you see, first of all, do we even have a decentralized system? We have a sham of a decentralized system. Two, the local, the DCs, the MCs, don't they report to a sector minister? And doesn't the sector minister also report to a president? Yes. So if the local government, let's say the DCs, the MC, fail in enforcing the law, so the sector minister to what? You understand? That's what I'm saying. At every level of leadership, there's a fundamental failure to enforce the law, and we are suffering because of that. The social contract we sign with government, because it's in mind you, there's a philosophical basis for the system of governance we have. What's it called? If you read the Levanthian, where they said that, listen, man in this natural state is, or life in this natural state is very chaotic. You understand? And so we sign a social contract with the government. You understand? We give them, we cede a bit of our freedom and we give it to central government. You understand? And the constitution represents that social contract. Sometimes we limit it to manifesto. But the biggest contract, social contract, is the constitution itself. You understand? And under the constitution, the fundamental purpose of saying is to protect our lives. You understand? And one of the ways of doing this is in all the regulations we do, the building codes and all the laws we do, the essence of it is to protect our lives. You understand? And so how on earth and in fact, yesterday I heard that about a month ago, they want people not to go there. So now if they indeed want people to go there, then the people who were there, why were they there in the first place? I'm saying it represents a fundamental failure of government. You understand? And when I say government, I don't mean MPP or NDC, because they are parties, but of government. And it has been a consistent failure to enforce the law. And to what end? To the detriment of the people of this country. And you see, I hope that it will be a wake-up call that we, the repository of raw power, ought to hold people we give those powers to, you understand, to real action.
Being the voters.
Yeah, we should hold them. Because we vote and then we go and sleep. And they come and, because I see the same problem. At this one, I heard some people in power saying that we should not be doing blame game. You understand? We shouldn't be blame. But unless and until there's consequence, there's real consequence for actions or inactions, then we'll just have a constitution in name. We'll have rights in name, but we'll have rights that won't be enforced because the people we've given our powers to what end? So they'll protect our lives, they'll protect our liberties, take the power, and they go and sleep. That's the problem. You understand? And unless and until us, the repository of real power, you understand, see this as one of the numerous symptoms of the fundamental failure of government to really protect our lives. Then we just talk like we always do, and I can bet you in some few months to come, we'll see another disaster.
Yeah, and Adam, he's saying that people have to be held responsible for this. And for Lawyer Pierre Dankwa, he says that it has to be from the bottom to the top, and the responsibility really is with whoever is holding public office. Because at the end of the day, they hold the office of accountability and so need to exert that sort of responsibility.
Well, Roland, let me say good morning to you once again and to my brothers on the panel and to our cherished viewers across the world, especially to the good people of Ketu North. And Roland, let me also say that the rainfall, heavy downpour on Saturday evening affected parts of my constituency. Parts of Tajevu were flooded, parts of Joje were flooded, some buildings collapsed, some people lost their source of livelihood and others. And so I spent yesterday morning visiting some of them to ascertain the situation and see how we can help. We've placed some calls to NADMO, and hopefully by close of today and throughout the week, some compensations and support will be given to some victims of the flooding. And And that relates to this whole issue of our assemblies and how our communities are planned, who is really responsible for inspecting these structures to ensure that disasters like what happened yesterday at Accra Newtown does not repeat itself. Roland, I begin by sending my condolences to the families of the bereaved, and also my prayers are with those who are injured. But Roland, too often, one disaster strikes, these tragedies occur, we come here, we offer our condolences, we call for investigations, committees are established, and we don't hear anything about it again, and the next one strikes again. That must stop. We must get to a point where we take some of these issues serious. Lawyer Dankwa has raised the issue of the constitutional mandate of people in power or government to ensure that lives are protected at all costs. Roland, what happened yesterday was not fate. It was failure. Failure of the system. And when it happened, I've seen comments, even on social media. People say, oh, we have seen this building. It has been like that. People say we pass by that building daily, and we've always known that a day like this would come, and all of that. The first question we need to ask is that, who are the people working in the assembly? What is their responsibility? Is it that none of them? Because I am told this building has been up there for since 2012. That's what they are saying. I cannot confirm. But per the reports and what we are reading on social media, this building has been in that state since 2012. Why? Are they not charging property rates? Is nobody doing inspection?
Especially at the assembly
level. And
who
permits, at the assembly level, and who permits the use of such a structure, uncompleted building, for public activities like church services? Who permits that? And now we are hearing an instruction was issued about a month ago not to use that building. Who followed up to ensure that that instruction was complied with? We cannot keep failing citizens in this manner. Roland, look, it could happen to anyone. We go to church services, we get invited for programs, and you attend all this. Anyone could have been trapped in this. And yesterday I watched some very heartbreaking videos. There was a particular woman who was trapped, and she was screaming, asking for water. Her hand was out, asking for water to drink. Roland, we cannot, the system cannot continue failing citizens in this manner. People must be held responsible. Who are those in charge of the engineering or the works department? And every assembly, every district assembly has works department. We have works committees. Some of the assembly members are members of the works committee. Who is the assembly member for the area? Has the person ever reported that this building, the way I see it, the way it is, how it is being used, it poses a threat to the users? So we must move beyond the talk, because, Roland, no statement, whether it comes from the president, whether it comes from the UN Secretary General, no statement of condolence can replace the void that the tragedy will create in families. Somebody's mother is gone. Somebody's father is gone. A statement can come, but this statement can never fill the vacuum that these things will create. And we seem to accept these things as normal. They occur. We talk about it. The media will discuss it. 2-3 days, it is over. Burial service is organized, and everybody goes back to business. And these same structures are there. Last night, a constituent of mine sent me a message on Facebook that we have a similar building in my constituency. This morning, before I got here, I instructed one of my assembly engineers that go inspect it. If it is something really that poses a threat, make sure it is locked. I'm told it's also a private school. So we must begin to take the hard decisions. Things that will protect lives. Things that will save this. This system cannot continue failing people. Roland, it's very sad. Yesterday, watching the videos, and while we commend the response, the swift response from the police, the fire service, I saw Interior Minister, Education Minister, and many others visited. All of them were on site trying to ensure that people are rescued. But beyond these things, while we comment, beyond these things, preventive measures must always be taken. Roland, we always talk about the district assemblies. These assemblies, everyone, people say we should elect them, people say we should appoint them, and what have you.
But whether appointed or elected, there are enough structures in our assemblies to ensure that things like this do not occur. I'm telling you that we have engineers. If they were working daily. If they were working effectively. If they were working effectively. Go to the assemblies and go and find out the number of engineers that are being paid monthly. The number of people working on the works department. Why? This building, as people are saying, the structure has been a threat for so long now. Is it the case that none of the people in the assembly saw that? We have unit committee members. So right from the bottom all the way to the top, the system has failed the people that that we lost yesterday. And we must be very frank about some of these things that, Roland, it is a system that failed the people. This is never about faith. Nobody should come and tell me they were worshiping and they died, they will go to heaven, what have you. The system failed them. And I think that we need to start punishing people for failure to do their work. But you see, we will come, the long speeches, statements will be flying all over, and after that, we are back to business as usual. Meanwhile, the people who have lost their lives, their families will live with the pain, they will live with the void, they will live with all the challenges that this thing issue comes with. We remember the Malcolm disaster and many others. This is not the first time buildings are collapsing or uncompleted structures are collapsing in this country. And in many of these cases, the structures, even though they are not completed, they are in use. Who permits the usage of the facilities when clearly they are not completed? Who permits that? Why do you have to go for permits before you put up a building? It is because the assembly is supposed to ensure that where you are citing the project and even how it is being done, it is done well. And we don't check all these things. Then we keep failing our citizens. Roland, I am pained. I am pained because who knows? Anyone close, a family member, and I have lost close family members. I buried my dad about 8 years ago. Wow. And I know the pain of losing a loved ones. And it will even be more painful when the person just left home and said, I'm going to church, I'll be back. Then all you hear in the news is that your parent or your family member has been trapped in a building that collapsed. Something that could have been prevented if authorities were doing the right thing. The local assembly must be held responsible, and moving forward, all assemblies across this country should take this issue serious. Roland, this must come to an end. Too often they happen, we issue statement, talk, then we are back to business. That must not be repeated.
Honorable Hajide.
Well, Roland, good morning to you and my brothers here, and of course our cherished viewers.
It's called Lawyer Pierre Dankwa.
Yeah, Lawyer Dankwa and my brother and friend, my MP.
He's your MP?
Yeah, from my other constituency.
I thought you were Sojaman.
It is actually your constituency, not your other.
My other, I have two constituencies.
No, it is your primary constituency.
Yeah, but now you are qualifying it. So
yes, so it's your
primary
constituency.
Okay, so he has two constituencies.
In
the
fact,
one that he
I was
stood
parliamentary candidate in that constituency.
Yes, on behalf of MPP.
Correct.
Okay, and then you have your other one as also as Sojaman that you stood for. All right, please go ahead.
You know,
the Honorable Hajide.
You know how the law around representation is fashioned in our country.
Very well.
I want to associate with the sentiments of my brothers here, and also to extend my personal condolences and the condolences of the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party and the entire NPP to the bereaved families in the unfortunate accidents of yesterday in Accra. I think that the fact of the matter is that the issues that my brothers have raised cannot be overemphasized. And I want to take you from them and also not join the talk shop, because that's what they appear to be complaining about. Many a time we allow these things to happen. Politicians come to show face, take advantage of it. I mean, I remember there was an accident on the Volta River in OT. The vice president went, donated huge amounts at the funeral. The funeral became a political activity. We will leave, and that is it. Politicians will come on radio, commentators will come on TV, we'll talk about it and we'll wait for the next one. So I want to take a cue from my brothers and not to fall into that trap. And just to associate with the wonderful contributions they have made, but to also admonish that even as citizens, yes, the duty bearers are there, they have their responsibilities under the social contract, the Constitution, but we also have our obligations as citizens, because enforcement also has a cost. And so, whilst we admonish duty bearers, and I'm happy that today we are making progress, at least on this set, when people in the system, members of political parties in power, can admit that the systems are failing. For me, it is an indication that we are realizing the shortfalls. But realizing the shortfalls themselves may not be enough. There should be a political will to close those gaps. So I would want to leave it at that. And Bernard, I want us to look at the bigger problem, because in their conversation, what is the role of building inspectors? Do we have a working decentralized system in our country? What is the role of the assemblyman and the district engineers and the planning officers and so on? But I also know that if you engage with these individuals, they will also talk to you about the insufficiencies of their systems. Some of them don't even have vehicles to go around their various jurisdictions to do the inspection that they are supposed to do. Whilst in the meantime, we are seeing a lot of slippages and a lot of wastage in the system. Assembly members are not able to do their work. The decentralized agencies, the assembly, cannot do their work. Not sometimes because they don't want to do it. So we can scream all we want. We should hold people responsible. But if the means for the people to do their work is not there, what can they do?
But they have to work.
But if the means to do the work is not there,
so they have to be resourced.
Exactly, that's the question. And then we wake up to the mother of all scandals. And I hope that as serious as this matter is, conscious media, not compromised and manipulative media, conscious media. I'm talking about patriotic civil society organizations and discerning Ghanaians. I believe and hope and pray that this unfortunate development does not deviate from a very important matter at issue in this country. The issue of the sole sourcing of contracts under the big push. Because those monies, the 73 billion that we are talking about, if we are able to plug those slippages and avoid this gargantuan corruption, those monies will be the monies that will go into the assemblies for the agencies of the assemblies to work and to prevent developments like this.
Why are you trying to politicize a disaster for which we have many
what is the politicization?
who have died?
What is the politicization?
I'm only saying because you're trying to link this to an already been discussed matter and you're trying to link it to this disaster.
Is that politicization? You're not worried that money is going to waste?
We discuss it as a media house. That's why I'm asking.
But I'm saying I'm drawing the linkages.
Okay.
Are we discussing things only in isolation?
Go ahead and draw the link.
My brothers have complained about the decentralized systems not working, which is true. But I'm saying that one of the limitations is the insufficiency of lack of resources, particularly at the local level, for the people to be able to do their work and prevent these developments. How do they get the money? We get the money when we block the leakages, when we prevent corruption. And I'm saying that one of the classic examples, which is the mother of corruption. Look, Bernard, I'll give
my name is Ronald.
I'll give you an example of a road that was constructed only in 2016, an asphalt road. Ordinarily should have taken 30 years. 30 years asphalt road. In fact, at the commission of that road, the then president commended the contractor, Mr. Jibril Kanazoy, that Burkina contractor that was in the center of the Ford saga. The president at the time, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, commended the contractor and even admonished Ghanaian contractors to learn from him. From 2016, 10 years, not 30 years, not 20 years, 10 years later, the road that was constructed at 25 million euro is now constructed almost at 70 million euros, over 60 million euros. Almost more than double the cost of the construction. The rehabilitation is costing more than twice the amount. And I'm saying that we should link this conversation to these things that we are seeing.
Building inspectors,
because it is the resources that we take away. Because it is
authorities,
exactly
health and safety.
Exactly, because it is the resources that we take away. That's
Honorable Hajide, please draw the linkage.
That's what I'm explaining to you. It's the resources that we take away from them and push into procurements like we are seeing now, single source procurements that allow people to just siphon the state's money without accountability. That is what will cause a building inspector not to be able to go and do his inspection work. And that is why we will see what we are seeing. So we cannot just be discussing these issues in isolation. There is definitely a linkage. And that is why I'm saying that conscious media, patriotic civil society organizations, discerning Ghanaians, we must ensure that we will not, like, oh, people have said, and I was coming this morning, somebody said it to me, oh, we have discussed this matter. It is as though it's done and dusted. Never. We must have conversations on this matter to its logical conclusion. Parliament, the honorable member is here. They must call for a bipartisan inquiry, not an inquiry where
on the collapse of the building.
No. On the corruption, the large-scale gargantuan corruption that then occasions.
Are you setting your own question and answering them? Because specifically for the reason why we're asking these very questions are how we can ensure that the authorities within the assemblies and the various MMDAs are able to police and guide, as well as monitor, so that we don't have disasters of this nature. And you're saying...
I'm saying that.
Yes, sir.
To answer that question, we have to find the resources for the local assembly to do their work.
Very well.
And the way to do it is to ensure that some minister or some ministers, and again, Bernard, Roland.
My name is Roland.
Roland.
And if you call me Bernard again, I will be cross with you because I'm your classmate. We all completed school the same year.
Don't worry, Roland.
So don't call me Bernard again. My name is Roland. And you should know my name
I know your name
because
very
we're
well.
classmates.
I know your name very well.
Okay.
Mr. Roland, forgive me. You see, the loud silence of the president on this matter could even suggest...
On which matter?
On the matter of the matter of corruption, the scandal, could even actually suggest complicity. But I'm saying that you, Bernard, are asking me. I'm
Roland, just Roland complicit.
Roland, not Bernard. My name is Roland.
He said...
I said you're my classmate.
You mentioned...
we all went to Bishop Herman College. It's in Kwando.
I'm saying that.
Walter Regis.
I'm saying that.
Call me Roland. Pius, call me Roland. Roland. You said Bernard. You said
again.
Yes.
Roland. Roland.
Don't forget my name.
Roland.
Our classmates are watching.
Don't worry. Roland, don't distract me. I see what you're doing. But I'm saying that my direct answer to your question is that I'm taking cue from Lawyer Dankwa, who says that he won't come and sit on TV today and say that, oh, I'm commiserating with the family and that we should set up a committee to interrogate the matter. And then we'll wait until another one happens. And then he will come and sit on TV and I'll commiserate with the bereaved families. Politicians will go and they will sack some and they will accept some. He doesn't want that kind of conversation this morning. He wants conversations that are linked to solutions, i.e. the prevention of the occurrences of such unfortunate developments. And I'm saying that, to my mind, one of the ways to do that is to plug the leakages, stop the corruption, save the people of Ghana, our money, put it where our mouth is, put it where our lives matter, so that we don't die when buildings collapse because building inspectors or the district assemblies are not able to do their work. The question then that arises is that how do the assemblies get the money? If all of that money is going into big push, and some people are suspecting, and I'm one of those people, suspecting that there has now been created, and that's why in the wisdom of the judge he says that our brothers know how to create.
Your constituency, is there a big push project in your constituency? Your two constituencies?
Well, I know about one in my place, but even then I have issues with that one. Okay. Because of the cost. Okay. It's averaging about 10 million Ghana cedis per kilometer of Sapiti, 10 million Ghana cedis. I know, I've read the contract, 10 million. No problem. 10 million Ghana cedis for 1 kilometer of Sapiti.
You're clearly deviating from the subject matter.
But you asked me if I know about any big push project in my constituency. So you see, Roland, we have to be serious as a country. And we should not turn everything into politics.
But that's what you just
when something is wrong, it is wrong. The matter at issue is that and I'm not sure that even my brother Edem is aware that the Dode-Papeso Road is being rehabilitated at the cost. He was not involved in that decision making. He may not have been. But to politicize the matter would be for him to jump into defense mode, even though he may not even be aware of it.
No problem. I mean, you can
So we should deal with these matters. We cannot be Ghana. We are one of the countries that are constructing our roads per kilometer, the most expensive in the whole world. America, UK, Germany, wherever. Ghana, we are one of the countries that our roads are the most costly in the whole world. How could we have built an asphalt road in 2016 and be rehabilitating it in 2026? How? So we should deal with this matter, in my view, save money, put the monies where it matters the most, where our daily lives, where district assemblies, building constructors can go and do inspections and so on. It doesn't matter if something happened within the MPP time and it was wrong. We should move on. After all, that is why in the wisdom of the social contract that my brother speaks about, every 4 years we have an opportunity to review. And once we have reviewed and we have come to the conclusion that something happened in the past and it may not have been good, you cannot then come back to say that, okay, you are even doing worse than you reported that happened in the past. We should make progress. And for me, I think that this is how I want to approach it. I don't want to just fall into the trap of coming here to pretend that I am pained, like regularly the politicians do, visit with the family, commiserate with the bereaved, and then we wait for another one to happen. No, I think that we should be bold and confront the major issues that actually prevent the system from working, and not just to be shouting that the system has failed. There's a reason why the system is failing. One of those reasons is corruption, and we are just seeing the matter of scandals.
There's a picture we'll show you, and this one again is also on X or the social media platforms, and it's a picture of a building. We're told that bystanders as well as those who live in the communities say that they look at the building structurally and they are not too comfortable. It's in Ashalibotwe School Junction. And we're told that residents reported this in 2020, yet authorities are yet to take action. This building is there. You see it. You see the way the building looks. Even of course, you cannot...
what plan is that?
You cannot physically look at the building and say that it has structural engineering issues. But at the end of the day, the bystanders and the residents in the area at Ashalibotwe School Junction just feel that it makes them uncomfortable, just like the disaster we've witnessed over the period, the last 24 hours, which so far we're told has resulted in 3 fatalities, and at least we have 20 survivors who have been hospitalized in all forms of conditions at the hospital. And we have Dr. Tutu Boy, who has joined us as well. But the can I move on to my next one?
No, but Roland, he said a number of things that I need to correct.
Correct?
No,
don't say correct.
No one get to the next.
Roland, he said a number of things.
I don't want this conversation.
I understand.
I don't want this conversation to be turned into a topic said by Pius.
I understand, but he made a lot of sweeping comments that I need to make some comments on.
Well, why do you need to? I didn't mention your name. Why do you need to?
No, you don't need to mention money. But Roland, Roland, thanks for the opportunity. On this topic, at least around the table, we all have a certain understanding that lives have been lost, others have been injured, and we are all asking the system to work better in ensuring that this does not repeat itself. And that was the tone of our conversation.
But that doesn't make the system work.
But Pius,
a prayer on sex doesn't make the system
Pius,
work.
I kept quiet when you were speaking, even though you said a lot of things that were not true. So kindly accord me that respect and that of the viewers, please.
But you are not
keep quiet. When I am done, write whatever I say, you can respond. Don't interject my speech, please.
Okay.
But that is for
moving on.
Let's have some.
Moving on. Let's have decorum, please.
Please.
Moving on.
And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, in his response.
No response in my submission, not Pius.
In your submission, Pius linked.
I was responding to you.
No, but I said you keep quiet. Let me finish.
Please, let me.
Let's respect the viewers.
Please put their mics off.
Quiet.
No.
But there's no issue here.
Please. And when he's talking, just like Pius, please. So
you just correct him.
Allow him to talk, and I see that you brought a very beautiful diary, nice pen as well. So you noted
Roland,
down.
that's not the issue.
Yes, because that's the
issue.
So allow your co-panelists to talk, and then when it comes to your turn, you will also have.
Before I tell him I was not responding.
Okay, please.
All right,
please.
Okay, Roland. Pius in his submission,
correct,
sought to link, in his view, what he perceives as corruption by the Roads Ministry because he had given out contracts based on sole sourcing and said monies saved from those corrupt activities could be used to resource the assemblies. My responses are just 3. The first one is that, Roland, the NDC government under President Mahama has resourced the district assemblies more than any government in our history. As we speak, currently at the assemblies, they are receiving not less than 80% of their allocations. Under the previous government, they were receiving on the average 45 to 50%, sometimes even less, because central government used to deduct all their monies at source, at the top. But today, about 80% and more is being allocated directly to the assemblies with clear guidelines on how these funds could be used. So that issue about not resourcing the assemblies is not true and cannot be true. Pius simply doesn't even understand how the local district assembly system works, how our local governance structure works. Because if he understood that, he will not be here making claims that under the NDC government, they are not resourcing the assemblies. Everyone, including former district chief executives under your government, will mock you when they listen to you. Number 2, Roland, do we want to have a conversation on corruption? Yes, I am ready with my chest out to have that conversation.
Absolutely.
But certainly, if you want to have a conversation on corruption, and for anyone to preach anti-corruption and good governance, it's certainly not Pius. Not Pius. Pius Hajide, my in-law, from Apipe. We know your records in government. We know what you are capable of doing and what you have done in government. So you cannot say because government has given sole source contracts, that amounts to corruption, and even claiming. And in a very ridiculous manner, you calculate the amount of contracts, the total amount of contracts given on sole source, and assume. Now, is it saying that, for example, Roland, I want us, we are not deviating, I'm responding. Roland, is Pius saying that, for example, if government gives out the road from Apipe to Chinu on sole source basis, for let's say 100 million Ghana cedis, that amounts to, it means that all the 100 million could have been used
to buy buses or to buy pick-outs for people at the assembly. It doesn't mean if the contract goes to competitive bidding, it means that no money will be used. How do you even make that fundamental calculation?
I cannot.
It's ridiculous. Number two, you Pius, on the issue of corruption. On the issue of corruption, Pius, you.
Yes.
I can tell you that you are an example. Yes. You are a locus classical. You are an example of somebody who does not deserve to talk about corruption because you yourself, your records are there. You are not clean. And I can quote members of your party. In fact, when you were appointed by Brian Achampon, I've heard members of your party, members of Dr. Baumier's camp, members of Kennedy Japo's camp who said that for somebody like you, with no integrity, with no clean record in government, how were you clear? No, Pius says that corruption issues must not be treated and then be left without conclusion. What was the conclusion on your matter? When Akufo-Addo cleared you, what report did he use to clear you? Your minister accused you of engaging in visa racketeering till today. Your minister said so. I am not a CMA. It's not his minister. I did not say Pius engaged in visa racketeering. Your minister says you engage in visa racketeering. So when Akufo-Addo was clearing you, which report did Akufo-Addo use to clear you? Your minister says so. I am not saying so. You are my in-law. I'm actually married to your sister. I'm saying that.
So you're raising the visa racketeering issue.
It is his minister that says so. Your minister says you are corrupt. For which reason you were asked out of the sports ministry. For you to sit on TV and suggest that because Honorable Agboja had given out sole source contract and even said, listen to his statement, that President Mohammed's silence could mean that he is complicit. How dare you? You a corrupt fellow? You that with such records at the ministry? You sit on TV and make these allegations and expect to go scot-free. Roland, let it be on record. Yes, I will let you respond. Let it be on record. Let it be on record. That even if we are having a conversation on corruption and anti-corruption, you Pius. I mean, if we want to be serious, as you suggested, no political party that is serious will send you to represent them to speak on corruption.
Oh, can we deal with the matters? Roland,
I understand that. You are not the host. You said that we should be serious as a country.
Please.
Roland,
let's take their mic.
MPP and we won't allow this. That's the host. We came prepared to have discussion. But you are allowing them to turn this into an MPP and this talk show. It's already 8:30. I think I'm trying to lawyer.
All right,
Roland, please do something.
I beg you.
This is not an MPP.
Gentlemen.
It is only fair. When I made my
MPP, I won't allow this to be turned into an MPP and this is talk show. That's exactly what you are doing.
It's okay.
That's exactly what you are doing.
Ceasefire, gentlemen, ceasefire.
Roland, I did not drive all the way here to come and listen to MPP and this talk show.
It's not MPP.
But it's 8:30 and you have sent this into an MPP and this talk show.
Can I have just 1 second?
No,
you said it's okay.
There's a host. And the two allow this to become an MPP.
Please allow me as a host.
So please take in charge.
Two topics up for discussion.
Please take charge.
The disaster or the collapse of the building has happened, and so we discussed.
Okay, so let me take the second one.
And then the second one was going to be about the 7-year bond that was going to be issued by the Finance Ministry of Government domestically. All right.
Roland, I will use my time.
What we sought to ask was that are we ready for the bond markets even domestically as it is? And so Pius made a submission, and that's why we had the recourse of a rebuttal from Edem Agbana. And
but I have a right of response because
it's not an MPP talk show. If it's an MPP talk show, then don't bring us.
Okay.
We came as 6 sanctions, and you want to send this into an MPP talk show.
So you know what? I'm going round robin. Edem has had his turn, so I'll come to you.
You can't turn this into an MPP talk show.
Now, how do we make sure?
Roland,
how do we make sure?
No. We can take this thing. When in a debate, I made my substantive.
It's not a debate between you and Edem Agbana. This is a discussion, a panel discussion. You want to turn this into an MPP talk show?
It is not. The man made references to me.
It's not about you.
Okay, it's okay.
And it's not about him. Why do you bring me here and allow MPP and this talk show?
It's okay. Please.
Listen, let's exercise some respect
and again, when Pius was making the submission, I did say that he was veering off the subject matter for which we came here to discuss. And I even asked him how the subject matter
well, anyway,
of the
let's not waste the time. Just give me
was
my
even
time.
linked to a disaster that has happened in Tema Newtown, for which we have at least 3 fatalities or deaths recorded.
Are you suggesting that I should have said what you wanted me to say?
No. So that's why Edem rebutted. You have your time for rebuttal. So let me go, then I'll come
to you. You see, what is happening this morning is a clear example of why Ghana is where we are. We've allowed 2 parties who clearly do not have a strategy to take us out of this economic quagmire. And every issue we reduce it into an MPP NDZ.
What is the time?
You understand? Listen.
We'll close at
for about 17 years.
And we need to deal with
for about 17 times.
Over 3,000 people are watching us. So let's be there.
For about 17 times, we go to the IMF. We get stability. And then when we've had stability, what do we do with the stability? We go back to the market, we borrow, and what do we use the borrowing for? We come and consume. And we saw a clear example of this in 2017. Prior to 2017, we went on the campaign, MPP. At that time, I was a member of the MPP. We all went on campaign, and our key message was that we ought to change the structure of our economy. Now, unless and until we change the structure of our economy, then the political independence we acquired in 1957 is going to lead us to doom. That was our message. And see, when we were campaigning, we were at the IMF. Now, we came out of the IMF 2018. Between 2017, when MPP took power, and 2024, when they left power, the record shows that MPP took 11 billion bonds from the Eurobond, and took about, as in being very charitable, almost $60 billion from the domestic bond market. Now, the question is, what did we do with that money? Because to answer that question, you understand, would place this current government in the better position to fulfill their reset promise. That 11 billion, and what do we do? One, we use it to fund budget, so as in pay salaries, grant money for operations, the ministries and agencies, and we use it to refinance debt. You understand? And essentially, we failed to use those monies to transform our economy from an economy that does not produce, from an economy that cannot create jobs. You understand? We failed to do that.
Well, the reasons were that we had COVID, Ukraine, and Russia.
And we started borrowing, so we borrowed 11 billion plus 60 billion on the minimum. Join the two together. You understand? Before the Russian-Ukraine war, we had the opportunity to fund productive sectors of the economy. How much money do we spend in the 10-point industrialization agenda, which was a key feature on the websites of the Ministry of Trade? We spent just about 400 million Ghana cedis on 1D1F. Spent about 5 billion on NAPCO. You understand? We spent 97 million Ghana, is it dollars?
But they said
on the whole. I'm talking on the whole.
100,000 jobs.
Where are those jobs? And most importantly, what was how much did NAPCO add to our GDP? We spent $97 million on the whole. 97 million on the whole. And right now we are being told about a lot of corruption matters. I think Ed wanted to even Google the National Service one. How much money are people claimed to have taken? And because of all that, because of our fundamental failure to use all the monies we raised in productive sectors, right now we found ourselves in a situation where 2022, one of the fundamental principles of economics 101, which is the safest place to place your money is in government bonds, was breached. And so one of the key issues this attempt to enter into the domestic bond again raises is, do the people of Ghana, or has Ghana gained the right to ask its citizens to place their monies with them? That's the first question that ought to be asked, and I think is a question that will be answered by the extent to which people will partake in this bond issue. Secondly, and that's the most important thing, what are we going to use these bonds for? Because if we go the same route as His Excellency Leonardo went. As we have done in all the 17 times we've been on the bond market, where we use the monies we raise there for consumption and not for productivity. Then if we use those monies for political expediency as against production, then doom will await us.
So this is a caution from you?
It's a huge, because you see, for me, I think this government has gotten to a place where we are going to see whether or not the reset agenda they promised was just mere rhetoric as against proper commitment to change the way and manner politics is done in this country. You understand? We've heard about their 24-hour economy. I've come here and I've commended them for institutionalizing same. Now, they should tell us, we need some form of transparency. This bond that they want to issue, what are they going to spend it on? Because like I'm saying, if they are not going to spend it on productive matters, and if they are going to consume same like Nanado did, you understand? If these monies are going to be the subject of the massive corruption, I was surprised my brother here veered into corruption. But I don't blame him. I blame the slow pace in which this government is dealing with the alleged corruption exercised or exhibited by the LSY regime.
Slow pace?
Extremely slow pace. Yeah.
You think they have to fast track?
Yeah, exactly, because that's how...
You're a lawyer.
Yes. As in, when we say the rules of justice grind slowly, it does not mean that, you understand? Slow pace, and that's why people can come here and have the courage. When you see, we can never support source sourcing if it does not follow the law. Because source sourcing, as it stands now, is allowed under the law. And when an issue of
Section 40.
it's allowed under the law. When an issue of source sourcing comes up, your first question is, have the conditions that the law give, you understand, be fulfilled? That's the key issue.
Now we can
you understand? And I'm making my submission. And two, when a government that spent about 99% of its procurement on source sourcing, if they still think that they have the moral authority to talk about 44% source sourcing, when the brother of the president himself or the vice president had 3 sole source contracts granted him at rates which were inflated. You understand? You see, we ought to be serious. And all I'm saying is that this bond, as in
the 7-year bond,
it's a necessity
for the domestic market.
It's a necessity, but this bond will be successful if the funds raised are used for productive ventures. If it's used to boost industrialization, if it's used to boost agro processing, if it's used to boost export agenda. Secondly, see, when it comes to spending on infrastructure, there's a reason why the PPP Act was passed. You understand? Yes. There was a reason why the private-public a partnership act was enacted. My simple advice is that we should find a way of attracting private capital into most of our infrastructural developmental agenda. Because you see, Friday I went around as I traveled all the way to his constituency, to Akusumbu.
And you went to Sojamai, Pious constituency?
When I saw the bad state of the roads, how much money did Nanado say, did MPP say they spent during the year of the roads?
2018, 2019.
Yeah, how much money was spent? Because we have had the year of the roads like 2 or 3 times. How much money did they spend? I recall, and I stand to...
What's the point?
Over 40 billion roads. 40 billion was claimed to have been spent on roads. I stand to be corrected in terms of the amount I'm quoting. You understand? But if we had year of the roads like 2 or 3 times, then what justification can you have?
3 years.
What justification can you have for the state of our roads now? I use that Kumasi road a lot. It's a death trap. I was going to his constituency. I passed through Dodowa, you understand, and then got to Sumenya, and I saw the state of the roads going to Sujaman. You understand? You see, because we run a procurement economy, because the reason why we sometimes, most of the time, we attempt these procurement agendas is not because we want to solve problems. You understand? It's because they see it as an easy means of getting money in their political pockets. And that's why, even though we've passed the PPP Act, for strange reasons, we read, apart from the Temamoto way, which is being considered under the PPP, we fail to use. So I advise the current government that, listen, they raise bonds unless they use it for real productive ventures. they will have a problem. But also, they must also look at alternative source of financing at developmental needs. And one of the key ways of doing that is by resorting a lot of our infrastructure development to the PPP, to private-public partnership. Once we do that, once we use these monies we raise for real productivity, then Roland, I fear to say, but this democracy will be in the comatose state, as we will have citizens who will not trust in the integrity of our so-called leaders. They do not trust in the credibility of political leadership, and it would portend doom for this country. So yes, I think it's a step in the right direction, but it will only be a step in the right direction if the purpose for this bond is to invest in real productive sectors. That's against how we
7-year bond.
spent.
Domestic.
Thank you very much. I noticed that lawyer has had.
You have only 4 minutes.
When he had 12 minutes.
He didn't have 12 minutes.
I was keeping the time and I kept reminding you, Roland.
No, you didn't.
Pius, do you want to keep the time? The watchers will be the better judges on this matter.
Please go ahead,
I kept reminding you, are we still watching the time? I kept my time, 12 minutes. You're saying I have 4 minutes. No problem. Well, never. I'm saying that the better judges are at home, so there's no problem with that. I don't have a problem with the approach, which is that whenever a matter arises, for instance, like this one,
the 7-year bond,
we should be worried about how we spend the money so that the unfortunate accident that we discussed a moment ago does not repeat itself. And that is why somebody like
lawyer... Are you talking about the 7-year bond?
Are you listening to me, Roland? Okay. That is why lawyer would argue that if you go and borrow the money and put it into production, he has a problem. Consumption. And you put it into consumption, he has a problem. He prefers that it goes into production. Again, the crux of the argument is that how do we spend our resources in the interest of the people of Ghana? It's not about the bonds. It's about how the bonds are utilized. And in principle, I agree. And that is why when I was addressing the matter earlier on, for me, it was about how do we spend our resources in the better interest of the people of Ghana that we seek to serve. So that if we are complaining that duty bearers are unable to do their work, and I see that money is wasting somewhere else, it is my duty as a wise, patriotic Ghanaian to draw attention to the fact that, look, we are seeing some slippages here. And I pointed to one of gargantuan corruption in my earlier presentation and warned that if we don't plug such gaps, we will continue to go on the bond market, we will continue to go and borrow money, but we will remain where we are.
Pius, do you think? Pius, do you think that the money spent on the National Cathedral is money well spent?
Can you let me make my point? Can you let me make my, for God's sake, can you let me just make
Pius,
my point?
Pius, would you say? That the money
can you just let me make my point? I'm discussing, you give the gentleman 40, not one interruption. Can you just let me make my point?
Would you say that the money spent on the National Cathedral is money well spent?
So, as I was saying,
within the premise of the conversation.
I don't even know what the basis of the comparison is. Okay. If money was spent on something that you have a view about, you can express your view. I don't see the point about introducing an irrelevant matter into the conversation, in my view. Let's stick to the germane issues. That's why I raised the point that how we spend our monies are necessary. If some people have the view that the cathedral was unnecessary, that is their view. We can grant it to them. Probably they are right. It's their right. So for me to raise those issues, for somebody to come on national television and turn it into a personal attack, for me, it's infantile and childish, and I'm not even going to credit with a response. But just to point out that if people are ignorant about the processes, they should not embarrass themselves on national TV and just come and throw out words. In any case, you have been in government for how many years now? 15 months, a year and a half. Almost. If you are sitting down here today and you are claiming that somebody is corrupt and all you can do as a member of the government is to come and sit on TV and rant as though you are still in opposition, then you are completely lost. You don't even know why you are in government. You don't even know. It is only in countries where politics probably is divided along ethnic considerations that some of the people will still continue to get elected. You are in government. If there's a corrupt person that you know about, what do? You investigate the person, you arrest the person, you take the person to court. But because there was nothing, and I know people shouted, well, I never signed a contract to take people to Australia. I didn't. Ghana government didn't give me one peswa. That probably could have been inflated. The journalists who went to Australia, they didn't come to me, they didn't go through me. But just because I was deputy minister, I didn't sign a contract too. Just because I was a deputy minister and something happened within the sports environment, I as deputy minister, who was then chairing the International Games Committee, I was held responsible and investigated. That tells you the depth of commitment of the former administration and the former president.
We're talking domestic bonds.
I did not, but you sat here and saw somebody take me on and run me down. I have a right in my own defense to respond.
Very well. Please go ahead.
So I'm saying that I'm not going to credit and to honor the trivialities and infantilities on your show if you allow them and then get into it in great detail. If the NDC still believes that they have something on me, they should take me on. But they cannot, because there is nothing. So I raised a matter. If you don't have anything to say about the matter, you can discuss the Dodi-Papesu Road, you can discuss the big push agenda without necessarily being personal and suggesting that I should not come on national TV. What rights has Adam to determine who comes and who speaks on what? Because he's a member of parliament now? What right has he? In any case, I go back to the matter of monies, the bond. We have to raise money as a country because we are not able to raise enough revenue to implement our own budgets. A few months ago, lawyer here says he's worried about consumption. Before the president, the finance minister said that they have had to go and borrow money to pay salaries. It's consumption. Some 19 million thereabout. So, lawyer, you should prepare to get some headaches and some heartaches because already the finance minister says that they are borrowing money and they are putting it into consumption. What you are worried about? So I'm sure that with the affinity that I see, you probably would want to send them a memo or some advice so that they can watch it. And I agree with you.
What affinity?
Oh, we can discuss that one at another forum. Because that is what is actually happening. We are borrowing money and spending it on consumption. And I agree with you. People have also talked about our debt, and I was doing some homework. In 2008, our total national debt, at the time the MPP was leaving power, Kufuor's MPP number one, 8 billion Ghana cedis was our total national debt.
At the time, 2008?
Yes, at the beginning of 2009.
8 billion?
8 billion cedis.
Mm. Not 9 billion?
I thought 8 billion.
8 billion,
8
okay.
billion. A little over 8 billion. Mm. By the time the NDC left power in 2016, in 2016, our national debt rose to some
120 billion cedis?
22 billion.
122?
22 billion.
Okay. And then 2024?
In my narrative, that's not what I want to focus on.
I don't understand.
We can find that. I've forgotten it.
You mentioned 2008, 2016.
Yes, I won't mention the 2024 figure.
You mentioned 2024 debt?
No.
Okay.
You know why I wanted to do that?
No, please.
Why I want to do that is that I want to draw attention to the fact that we continue to accrue debt as a country. Accumulation of debt is not new. So from 8 billion, we rose to 122 billion. In percentage terms, 1,425% was what the NDC took our debt from 2009 to 2016 to.
What percentage again? Just
1,425.
At 120 billion.
Yes, that was the terminal.
So what was the debt in 2024?
Bernard, you asked me that question a moment ago, and I asked you, you're asking me again.
So call me Bernard. Roland. All right.
Maybe it's because of the small mischief that you keep throwing in that I keep forgetting.
That's not mischief. Please, your time
but
is
that's
up.
okay.
Let me give it to
So in conclusion, already government bonds are being undersubscribed. It's a question of trust. The reasons why that trust has declined, lawyer speaks to one of them. But you see, at the end of the day, investors will develop confidence in the policies of a current administration. So it is a major concern. But I hope and pray that this administration is able to raise these bonds because we need it for our national development.
Okay.
But raising the bonds and putting them in big push, when you have promised us that you will move away from single sourcing, you don't move away from it. Now you are inflating contract sums. Then if we had not even gone for a bond, it would have been better for us because this bond will be paid by our children and our children's children. So how we use the monies when we raise them are important. And when we raise those issues about blatant corruption that we see, create, loot and share, a gang of thieves in government, the least they can do is to address the matter and not get personal and get insulting. That is childish and infantile.
Dr. Tutubuani, I see you're smiling. Let me give you 3 minutes to wrap up. I'm sorry that I have to put you in this corner because we have to wrap up. Our time is up.
Good morning to our viewers. I'm sorry I was late. I had a small problem with
You want
my
to speak
car.
on the bond? Yes. No, wait, but let him. He came
So,
just 2 minutes.
I think that it's good for us to have the bond coming back. And I speak on the background that it is good for the business sector. In the first place, we need to ensure that the banks, the commercial banks, and the investment banks in Ghana, cannot turn to the private sector to increase their profitability, going forward. In times past, what we have seen is that because of the high percentages of the T-bills, a lot of the banks were investing in the T-bills and putting a lot of pressure on the business and the investment community. In other words, banks were competing with SMEs and other businesses, and that was not good for us and our economy. I like it when, lawyer started the debate as to how we are going to, make use of the bonds, the proceeds from the bonds. I think that governments of the day have that responsibility to leverage the gains to ensure economic sustainability. And that is very, very important. What it means is that more or less we need to transition from crisis management to growth, a growth kind of agenda. And that is all that we need because we cannot continue relying on IMF every time, for help. And so it is very good that we move towards this direction to achieve that kind of economic independence that we want. What it again means is that we need to actually put up some kind of structural reforms to ensure that our economic independence is gained, all right? Because when you have observed or studied the narratives, our relationship with IMF, anytime that IMF comes in, more or less what it means is that we're able to stabilize our economy. The moment IMF move out of the equation, we tend to mess up. So the question is, are we really able to manage our own economic affairs or what? You know, probably we need to look at some of these things, you know, to move forward.
Sorry, I have to truncate you. My time is up, unfortunately. Adam, you have no right to talk on this.
On the bond.
On the bond.
Yes.
Just 2 minutes. Yeah, my director says.
But you are not being fair to me. I speak for government. Government is going to issue a bond, and you will not give me the opportunity to speak to it. Should I go ahead?
No, don't go ahead.
But I don't think that
I apologize to you as well. Okay, big issue is sponsored by University of Gold Coast. And it's a good thing because they're telling you whether you're aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing communication, operations supply chain, human resource management, finance, entrepreneurship, innovation, or business intelligence analytics, or you want that advanced degree or master's, which will be a dual one, being a chartered manager as well as an MBA in chartered marketing or accounting, etc. University of Gold Coast has given you the options that match your vision. They also make it possible for you to be able to pay within a structured installment way and then work around your work so that you go to school at the same time while you can work. Now, this is what you need to do. The April admissions are open, so you have to apply now. Make sure you apply through their website as well as their main numbers, and then their openings on social media. But you can also call them on this line. You can WhatsApp as well, 026 388 8555. Thank you, gentlemen, for passing through. I hope that it's been a bit topsy-turvy, a bit turbulent, but we're taking a break. When we come, I'll bring the latest in sports. Bye.
Favorite color?
Really?
Yeah, it is.
I thought it was because Hearts drew.
Oh, but then
because
how
you're
are
at the
you?
stadium, I saw you there.
What's the meaning of this? But is that how you are?
No, it's
wow.
I mean, it's just an observation. I'm just making.
I'm wearing black because black is my favorite color.
Oh, okay.
And
so it wasn't because.
And Hearts of Oak recovered very well.
That's nice.
From what would have been a 2-0 defeat. You agree?
Yes.
You've got to agree.
Oh, they recovered. They did not win.
Yes, but I mean.
The key thing is they did not win.
Recovered very well from what could have been a 2-0 defeat.
So if admin is writing on social media, what will he write?
Success. Anyway, today's a big day for the Black Stars in terms of our high-profile international friendlies.
Yes, the Black Stars will be playing against Germany later today. Time is 6:45. It will be live on TV3 as well. A lot has happened, of course. On Friday, we saw the Black Stars lose by 5-1 to Austria. Wasn't a good look, and so there's a lot of pressure for the Black Stars to sort of redeem themselves against an even stronger opponent. Now, Otuado was asked a number of questions at his presser yesterday ahead of the game against Germany today, and he highlighted a few things in there.
Very, very optimistic. To at least have a good game. But after the first half and let's say 2 unnecessary goals, we really fell apart. So we had a lot of things to talk through, analyze through, and but surely, even though we will face even a stronger opponent, we are very, very optimistic that we can handle the situation. In the past, we had even worse situation. With, for example, AFCON, we came back very strong, and I tried to remind the boys on that. Like I said, we talked a lot. We agreed on a lot of things which we have to do better, especially for this game. And
Very nicely delivered, but now we want to see the goals. We want to see the wins, friendly matches or not. But anyway, let me take you now to Germany, where Michael Otieje is coming to us live from Stuttgart. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Nan.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Glad to be on.
Are you pumped ahead of today's game?
I barely get pumped for Black Stars game.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's all in the line of duty, but I'm kind of excited. It's a massive game. I went over to see the arena in Stuttgart where the game will be played. Beautiful stadium, lush green pitches. A number of Ghanaians around to see the team.
Lovely.
Train, including Otuado's wives and kids, and his pretty strong German connections. Remember, he was born here, he grew up here, and he sort of highlights the strong connections between Ghana football and German football. Basically, these are two countries who have had immense connections at footballing level. CK Jamfi was the first African to play his football here. CK Akuno was the first African to captain a German side when he was captain of Wolfsburg. Tony Yeboah is a cult hero in Frankfurt, and Sami Kufuor had a lot of success here. In terms of direct football engagement between the two countries, though, this will be a fourth meeting between these two sides. And I think in many ways, if you are Otuado, you will hope that the meeting in Stuttgart tonight will go the way of the last one that happened in Fortaleza, Brazil. The Black Stars played a thrilling 2-2 draw. They conceded first, recovered through a Dedeayu header, took the lead through an Asamoah Django, and then were pegged back by a Mario Götze equalizer. What they will be hoping for is that this particular game tonight will not go the way of the last time Ghana played a friendly against Germany. It's a long time ago. I think 23 years, if my math is right. I think it was April 14th, 1993. So it's more than that. It's actually 30-something years. So in that particular game, the Black Stars took a first-half lead and then were pegged back by a 6-goal blitz in a 20-minute period. It's called the Bohums. It's a disaster in Ghanaian football parlance. And Adu will be hoping that nothing like this happens, because there is a sense among the traveling media contingent, officials, and everybody that another big loss off the back of that 5-1 thrashing by Austria could spell doom for Otuado. He says that he's not thought about his job. He recollects how, even after qualifying the team for the World Cup, there were conversations about his future. But there is a lot of sense that Ghana cannot stomach another heavy defeat, and that maybe his cup of goodwill and the credit that he built in qualifying the team could be running over if the team does not get a positive result against Germany today.
Well, fingers crossed we do get positive results against Germany today. Now, when you mentioned the last friendly between the Black Stars and Germany, Bill Ishem was confused because he wasn't born at the time. So this will be his first time witnessing a friendly between the Black Stars and Germany. But did you mention that you had gone to see the training?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So by the rules of international football, you're allowed as a media man the first 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
So that you can capture your stuff, do a bit of your report, and then you go back in there. Often it is before the press conference, so he has spoken to us before that and addressed a number of issues relating to how he thinks the team will play without giving much away, to be honest.
Are we taking the same lineup from the Austria game?
He didn't say. My suspicion is that there will be a number of changes for a simple reason. During mid-season friendlies like this, clubs tend to negotiate, sometimes how many minutes, will this player play too much and the rest. But even then, also for Otuado, it makes a lot of sense when you've lost by 5-1 to ring the changes a bit. It also makes sense to sort of juggle the lineup around to get a better sense. When we asked Otto, he said there may be changes, there may not be changes. The one who gave the more emphatic answer was the Germany coach, Julian Nagelsmann, who suggested that having played a set of the lineup against Switzerland over the week on Friday, they will try to change things up a bit and give new players the opportunity. And
at the very least,
Otto would do the same.
At the very least, I hope Benjamin Asari will be in the lineup for today.
Highly likely.
We don't
Benjamin
know.
Asari, I think he will play. I actually think he plays. Benjamin Asari has been a big talking point in terms of his readiness to face world-class opposition. Sometimes on social media platforms, there's been a sense that he's shielded. I think that's an absolute nonsense that a coaching staff shields him from strong opponents. But I think that Otuado will put him in the Germany test will be a big test if he's anywhere near becoming Ghana's #1. Games against A-listers like Germany, and they don't come any bigger as A-listers than Germany. 4-time world champions, multiple European champions, a proper powerhouse in world football. This will be the ultimate test for any goalkeeper. And I think that Asari will get his chance to prove his critics wrong.
All right. Well, a little birdie told me that after the game today, there's going to be a big birthday party in your honor.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm going to buy the boys dinner, though.
Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Michael Etieje, from all of us here at Media General to you. We're sending you a very special surprise after the game, so be on the lookout for it.
I will be waiting for that.
It has pepper in it.
That's not bad. I need that.
Yeah, you can use some of that out there. Anyway,
I'm out of spices here.
We'll be on standby for updates on the game, and we're going to be showing it live.
Yes. But I also wanted to remind viewers that in addition to the live broadcast on TV3, there's a live commentary on 3FM, pretty intense social media activity. So I'm sure one of the stories Bill and the team will touch on sometime at 10 o'clock is the story of Francis Abu, who got injured in the last friendly against South Korea. Japan, I spoke to him exclusively last night. Should be on Sports Daily. But generally, we are quite heavy on this game, and it's been made possible by the likes of MTN, Goldboard, and a number of companies, as well as Adansi Travel and Tour. So thank you to those companies. If I didn't mention your company, please absolutely forgive me. I'll make sure I do good on that. But we had incredible support from our sponsors and backers for this big game. So make a date with us from 6:30 tonight.
Awesome.
Right,
Thank you.
Michael, once again, happy birthday to you. And I mean, I hope you get a very good birthday present with Ghana getting a positive result. But how do you reckon the game will turn out in terms of the result?
Look, I've seen Ghana play too many friendlies and too many matches against A-listers, and I don't remember the last time Ghana won any. When we draw 1-1 against England, there's a sense of a big party. Also, I try to remind myself that whenever Ghana has played against the likes of Germany, Italy, and that sort of thing. Netherlands, we lost 4-1 to Netherlands in the build-up to the 2014 World Cup. I also think purely from what we saw against the Austrians, and I don't call the Austrians an inferior opposition to the Germans, but they are not in the same class. So maybe the saving grace for Ghana is that Germany will tweak that lineup a bit, and it may not be carry the same fire. But I would be surprised if Ghana wins this game. Look, there has been 11 friendlies involving Ghana and Otuado. Only 2 of them, the Black Stars, have lost, and they were not against the biggest deal of opponents. This team is crawling at the moment. This team is a bit on its knees. And Otuado's only hope, from what I surmised from the things he said, was that a bit like how the team recovered in getting back from not qualifying for the Nations Cup to qualify for the World Cup, they will understand that their backs is against the wall and that they will find immense strength in the adversary that's confronted them off the back of that defeat. And that may be the only saving grace. But when you look at it from a pure sporting perspective, it's difficult to see the Black Stars winning this one. So you may have to adjust your indicators for what would be a good day. Would you have solutions to the right back spots? Would a centre-back pairing be a bit solid? Would we see a bit more fluidity in attack? Would Antoine Semenyo shine a bit more for the Black Stars as he does for Man City? You may need those KPIs to use a corporate boardroom terms rather than a win to determine whether this game will be a success for Ghana.
Right. Thank you very much, Michael. Of course, we'll be looking out for your updates for us ahead of the game and even during the game as well. And of course, Michael is in Stuttgart ahead of that game between Ghana and Germany. We did speak to a few fans here in Ghana, and they are not so confident ahead of the game against Germany.
Not Germany, bro. We go collect. It's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good. The Blasters is not looking good at all. Bro, the coach Akasa is a problem. Like, the coach itself is a problem. So I don't have any expectations. So wherever we are going, the World Cup, we should lower our expectations. Maybe something might happen, but for now, I have zero expectation for Blasters.
What do you expect from Ghana against Germany?
Oh, this is our first friendly match, isn't it? So inshallah, we will improve on that, inshallah. So this match, for the start, we are now seeing our feet. So we know how to play the next game, inshallah.
A friendly match, but we aren't expecting this. We expect maybe 2 against 1 Australia, but 4-0 is too much. It's too much. Actually, I've even lost confidence that I brought from the home. I'm so sorry we got this, and we are expecting that maybe next game, Ghana will do the best.
After this game, I don't know what to say, but all I'm expecting is that the coach should just play the right people at the right places. That's what's going to help. And the try and error stuff is not going to help. We are building a formidable team that will be able to implement and play well at the World Cup. So if we are going to use this as a try and error, we will never see the best out of the players.
All we have to do is go back to the drawing board, work hard. I think Otuado has a lot to do, because looking at what happened in this game against Austria, we could see that we are still lacking behind. If you look at the World Cup, you have big teams. We have England in there. We have Croatia in there. So against Germany, which is a contender for the World Cup, playing against Germany, Ghana should do better than Austria. So I think Otuado has a lot of work to do here.
Ghana against Germany, I'm not going to expect that, because per what we see now, I'm not sure they will really pick up again. But we are expecting like nothing but the best from them. I mean, the defense was very poor. I mean, the keeper was a bit okay with everything, but the defense and the wings and everything, I wasn't.
And those are some reactions from fans. I know Bill is eager to talk about the Ghana Premier League, but that's all our time for sports this morning. So, unfortunately, we have to end our sports discussion this morning, because that's our time.
Wow, nice running away. Let me just mention briefly, Hearts of Folk drew 2-2 with Sweden All Blacks. There was Kotoko who drew with Ediana. But I like the Hearts one because she was at the game. So that is why she's running away. But we understand. It's all good. The next week, when Hearts wins, she will dedicate more time to the GPO. Thank you very much. Now you can continue.
That's our time.
And these are the results. Diana drew 0-0 with Asante Kotoko. Hearts of Folk, Phobia, drew 2-2 with Sweden All Blacks. Dreams defeated Hoho United 3-0. Karela defeated Gold Stars 2-0. We have Nations.
Look at Samatex.
With
so the person who was coming to laugh at us that we drew. Look at some. Look at this mattress people.
2-1 to Betchem United.
You lost.
Young Apostles defeated Hearts of Lions 3-0. Bishop Drew 0-0 with Holy Stars. Mediama 2-11 Wonders 0. That means that Mediama are back on top of the table with 49
Oh, I
points.
thought Mediama, we've given them their flowers.
Biede Gold Stars second
We've
with
given them their
48.
flowers.
Kotoko third with 43. Hartlepool fourth with 43. And Samatex all the way down at 7th.
The way their mattress is soft.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back with more on TV3 Newday. Stay with us.
We've been talking to you about the unfortunate incident, the collapse of that two-story building that has claimed 3 lives, and we do understand that 20 people are in the hospital. Actually, when we spoke to Mawina earlier and he was interacting with a military officer, we heard him say that he had the information that 3 out of the 20 who were hospitalized from yesterday's incident had been discharged. But we still do understand that currently there's a rescue mission that is underway. And remember that this incident happened at the Accra New Town. We're showing you live visuals right now. Obviously, security men and from all the services, police, fire service. Of course, earlier we saw the military as well, having a coordinated approach towards dealing with this disaster. And of course, some neighbors as well there. We do understand that the Vice President, Professor Nanaje Nopokwajiman, is there. I believe the vehicle we're seeing could be one of the entourage part of the team which has gone there. And we can see her exiting that temporary structure that has been erected in her orange straight dress, surrounded by, I believe the man on the left is the Interior Minister, far away, Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak. Exactly, that's him. And of course, some other government officials and her own team, with a military official there as well. Earlier, we had the information that she was in a meeting, so I want to believe that the place she exited from perhaps was where the meeting was held, and perhaps having been briefed, she's going there with the team to have a first-hand assessment, as it were, of this disaster that has so far claimed 3 lives. Earlier, we had my colleague Mawina Egbeta bring us information that the school officials, based on the information he was given by the military official, had decided not to open school today. Activities have been suspended. The Vice President, it looks like she's taking in really what she's been told and what she's seen so far, interacting with a military official who is just by the right hand, her right hand. He looks like the man Mawina interacted with earlier, who gave us the information about how many people, of course, confirming what the Interior Minister told us last night, 3 people dead and 20 people hospitalized, 3 discharged. That's at last night, per the information he gave us. So obviously, giving information to the Vice President, and the Vice President, I believe, sharing her thoughts as well on what has happened. And of course, you can imagine that the entire neighborhood would also want to get an update as regards what happened and what they intend to do next. And so the crowd, including media personnel, covering this entire place. And hopefully we get to hear what the Vice President is saying to the military official. But yes, she is just paying a visit to have assessment of this very disaster that took place yesterday. We understand in the evening around 5 p.m., right? Let's go to Mawina now, who is still there, bring us the latest from there.
Having received briefing from Lieutenant Colonel Amponsa, and has received briefing of some sort from him as to what they understand may have happened and some other matters. But as it stands now, we understand from here she will be headed towards the hospital as well, 37. But we understand she's headed to the 37 military hospital as well, where she will visit some of the victims of the incident, but she's making her way outside of the area now, and she's asking for a bit of patience as journalists are seeking to catch her eye and get a sense as to what may have happened. And so 37 Military Hospital is the next stop where she is supposed to be at. I got that on good word as well from the Chief of Staff of her office, who tells us that's where she's headed to ascertain as well the state of a number of the victims from this rather unfortunate incident. The Member of Parliament as well is headed to 37 along with her, and the Interior Minister, we understand as well, is headed to the 37 Military Hospital as well, where they are all going to at this particular point in time, because we understand a number of the victims are currently stationed there, and we'll get updates from there as well. And so we're back to a lot of the work happening on the ground, and the Vice President and the team, they are now making their way outside of this place. The machine has roared back to life, and it will continue work here, even as the high-ranking officials from the government make their way out of this place. The clearing of the debris is continuing. It just paused because she was around, and safety concerns, amongst many other things, will not allow for that to happen whilst she's here. But the machine has roared back to life, and it's continuing with its operations, and we'll continue to monitor the developments from here and bring details.
Mawina Egbeta there bring us an update, but we did say that my other colleague Armstrong is also at another place. Yes.
Armstrong Gold Alogbe will be joining us in a few minutes. He's at the home of one of the victims of the crash, and he'll be talking to the family members of this victim, just to give us a sense of how things are at home for the persons who are very closely related with the victims. Now, we're also told that some relatives are also waiting to hear about the whereabouts of their relatives who were in the building. They are, as of now, not aware if they are at the hospital or if they have lost them, and that's a point of concern. But this has all happened very fast. This happened only yesterday, and the security personnel are still in the process of providing details about the individuals who were unfortunately affected by this accident. And so when we speak to Armstrong, we'll know exactly where they are in their minds about their relatives who were in the building when it came down. We have just shown you visuals of the Vice President visiting the crash site. She spoke to the military personnel in the shot. The media did not take their microphones close to her, I'm sure for good reason, and so the audio of what she was saying could not be captured. However, we could see her show concern to the people present, and also had an interaction with a military person in the shots there. That was a live visual we showed you. So the Vice President has just left the Newtown location where this experimental school is located, where the building came down yesterday. And we are told that her next destination is the 37 Military Hospital, where some of the victims are receiving treatment currently at the accident emergency at the 37 Military Hospital. So we'll keep you updated, and we'll let you know as soon as we have any new information. And we will definitely bring you those visuals from the 37 Military Hospital when the Vice President gets there. That's just next door, just down the street from our building, our premises here at Media General. So we'll be able to bring you those visuals. And Armstrong will also bring us visuals from the home of one of the victims in the neighborhood in Newtown, Accra Newtown here, where family members are waiting to hear about the whereabouts of their relative. Yes, earlier when we spoke to the Colonel, when Egbeta spoke to the Colonel, he said we couldn't disclose the names of the people who have died. This means that the family members who have not heard from their relatives who were in the building and so don't know. I mean, you can imagine mobile phones must have gotten lost.
Yeah.
Not everybody would be able to call call home to let them know that they are receiving treatment. And so you can imagine the anxiety in the homes right now.
Yes.
If you haven't heard from your relative, you just hope that they are not one of the three persons who have lost their lives.
Yeah, it's only right that at least the family gets to know first before every other person. Imagine hearing that your relative has passed on and you're hearing it for the first time on air. But, I mean, seeing the vice president there is just reminding me of the conversation we had earlier, even before the big issue, and some of the comments that were made during the big issue as well. That's really, we will talk about this in the next few weeks. We may forget about it. And if we don't take care and we don't hold people accountable, we'll get to see that again. So hopefully, seeing the vice president there, we're able to identify who owns the building, who were the contractors, who gave the earlier report that the structural integrity was not in good shape, and yet people were allowed to have church services or whichever activities inside there, and eventually we've had to deal with this disaster or have this disaster on our hand.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions to ask, and hopefully we don't treat it as just another one of those things, and then we all go to sleep after a few days of talking and conversing. We need to start taking action as a nation. You know, some of these things are preventable.
Yeah.
And if we don't prevent them and they happen, we don't fold our arms and go back to sleep. We ought to take steps to ensure that they don't happen again. Roland recalled that incident with the Melcom building in 2012 and how it took the whole nation by surprise. The anger with which we spoke about it would suggest to you that a thing like that cannot happen again. But here we are. We're bringing you live visuals now. What you see on the screen are live visuals from the accident site. The Ghana National Fire Service and other security personnel are clearing the debris of the building that collapsed yesterday from that school compound. And we are also told that school is not in session today. So the parents who were wondering earlier, do not take your children to school this morning. Now we're going to cross over to my colleague, Armstrong Gold Alogbe, who is at the home of one of the victims. Let's go over now.
This is a residence of one of the victims in yesterday's unfortunate building collapse here at Accra Newtown. We are told she has about 5 children. We have one of us what exactly happened and how they got to hear of the news. And if indeed, first of all, tell me what happened yesterday. What time did your mother leave home, and then how did you get the news?
Okay, so I actually left home early in the morning around 7 a.m. when it was raining to church. She was asleep by then when I left for church. And so sometime around 4 p.m., I saw my phone ringing several times. There was a call from my senior brother, but I was in a church meeting, so I couldn't pick it up. Later, I realized my backbone was also calling me several times. So when I got out of the church meeting, I returned my backbone's call, and she was just panting like that. She was actually speaking in Akan, where she mentioned that the building where my mom's church has collapsed on them. I was a bit confused. Collapsed? How? And she said, yes, that is what has happened. She was to go to church with my mother, but she insisted on not going several times. My mom forced her several times.
But your mother wanted to go with one of your siblings?
Yes, please, our last born.
Is it something she always do?
Yeah, she goes to church with her. But for yesterday, reasons best known to her, she decided not to go with my mother.
How old is this young girl?
She's 17 years old.
She's 17?
Yes, please.
Okay.
She was forced several times, but she still insisted she wasn't going with my mother. So out of anger, my mom left her behind and she went to church. And so she said she was in the house. The church is not too far from the house, just a walking distance. So she was in the house when she heard this loud noise just across the street. And she overheard people saying it is the church, where the church is usually held, the building has been collapsed. And there was service ongoing when it collapsed. She got scared because she knew my mom had left to church. So she's likely to be trapped in the collapsed building. So quickly she had to set off to the place. She went, lo and behold, what she heard was true. The building had collapsed, and a few area boys had thronged the place to actually find possible means to rescue those who had been trapped in the building. I was in Dansuman at the time when I spoke with her. So I had to call my senior brother, whose call I had missed earlier. And she also confirmed that our backbone called him to deliver same news to him. So I had to rush to Accra Newtown to confirm the news for myself. And upon arrival, I realized people from near and far thronged the place. The whole street was filled up with people, and there were.
It's sad.
The whole place was actually filled with people. The rescue team was trying their possible means to actually rescue those who had been trapped in the building.
So did you get to see your mom?
I'm only getting to see my mom at the mortuary.
So you rushed the mortuary and that's why you saw her?
She's part of those who were rescued last night.
Was she rescued alive?
She was rescued unconscious. So as to if she was alive, she was dead, I can't confirm, but she was motionless at the time when she was rescued. But the confirmation was actually made at the hospital.
How is your sister, the 17-year-old girl that usually would have gone to the church with your mom? How is she now?
She's been crying since. She's in a very sad mood. She's been crying, seeing all sort of things, watching videos of my mother on her phones, pictures she shot with her on the phone, and tears just keep dropping down.
How old is she?
She's only 17 years old.
No, how old is your mom?
My mother is 58. She was 58 in February.
She was 58 in February?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a big blow to you. Is she the breadwinner for the family?
She is actually not the breadwinner for the family because we are all working actually. But then I'm still yet to come to terms with the death of my mother because you can actually you can confirm from people she's had an encounter with near and far, and they would actually attest to the fact that my mom was a cheerleader. She was a devoted Christian. My mom would always call you.
But as a son?
My mom.
Sorry.
My mom would always call you in the evening. Have you closed from work? How was work today? Were there any challenges you encountered at work today? How is life treating you? Nyame beye why? Those were words. Nyame beye why? Emashe nyawonten why? Se nyame beye. Nyame amesum na no period nacho no. Wono nyame ne ngu hye ni masida. Nyame beye why? So wait. I should keep calm. Regardless of whatever challenges I'm faced with in life, God is definitely going to come through for me.
Sorry.
She knows the God she serves.
Sorry. How often does she go to the church? You are told the church is something that runs throughout the week. Do you know that?
So, she goes on Wednesday. She goes on Friday and on Sunday.
And on Sunday. So three times in a week?
Yes, please.
From what time to what time?
So for the evenings it's 6 to 8:30, and for the Sundays they start in the afternoon.
Okay, so about this condition of the building, is it something that you've overheard speak about it not being strong or fit for purpose? Have you ever heard her say something like that?
No, she's actually never mentioned anything as such to me before.
But you have passed around several times. You've also seen the building. Have you seen that building before?
Yes, I've seen the building.
Anytime you see the building, what goes through your mind?
Well, it looks dilapidated because if you should take a closer look at the building, you are likely to even find iron rods, like physical iron rods showing in the building. That tells how dilapidated the building has become. It was built sometime, if I'm not mistaken, sometime in 2016 thereabouts.
2016?
If I'm not mistaken.
You are told that they stopped them from continuing, is that true?
That I'm unable to confirm, but it has stored for a very long while since it was begun in 2016.
Yeah. Oh. Thank you so much. Let me talk to other people in the house and find out from them how they also got the news of this woman, 58 years, who unfortunately also lost her life in Sunday afternoon building collapse here in Accra, Newtown.
She swept the water on the floor in the house. So I quickly called them and say, oh, they should ask the young girl that, where is her mother? But this is what happened. So she have to call the senior ones. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So you got the news, but I'm sure as a landlord, you've been walking around, you've seen the building. How will you describe the building?
The building there is very, unfortunately, the building is not good. Yeah, the building is not good, but I don't know what the authority are doing about it.
So you thought you wish they could have pulled down the building a long time ago?
Yeah, long time. They should have pulled the building, but you don't know what. There's so many.
To witness what had happened.
Oh, okay. So they were testifying that.
Most of them were around, so they came. Yeah, to testify what had happened, and they were the ones saying that the building was shaking whenever they were inside.
Very well. So yesterday you saw other things we didn't see. What else did you see?
Well, I saw the collapse of the building.
And it's very horrible.
Yeah, very horrible.
Very horrible.
It was like a blast.
It was like a blast?
Yeah.
Very
So.
well. What's your name?
Fauzia.
Fauzia. So that is Fauzia, also a resident here, very close to where. So we are told the building that collapsed Sunday afternoon, many people have said that it needs to be pulled down, including even pupils that school here. Many of them are saying, well, we told you pull down this building and you never listened to us. I have some of them here with me. Let me pick their thought on what happened yesterday. How are you?
I'm fine.
What class are you?
Form 2.
Form 2.
Yeah.
And the name of your school is?
ANT Experimental 1 JHS.
Very well. So I'm told you also spoke about the building that collapsed yesterday.
Yeah.
What did you say about the building?
So that the building was weak, and we realized that
How do you know the building was weak?
Right. It was they said that the time they built it was so long, and
so anytime you go to the building, what do you see?
The building has cracked. The ceiling is not good. Like so many things.
So many things like that. Hey, my friend, let me talk to you. So you two, when you go to the building, they said the building has been shaking.
Yes.
You've seen the building shaking before?
Yes.
How can it?
If you stand there, then it will be shaking.
Anytime you stand there, the building has been shaking?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you feel when they shake?
I feel bad.
Did you complain to anybody?
No.
Do you guys sometimes go there and learn?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
What did you say? You sometimes go there to learn?
Yes.
Okay. So wait, you said that's what?
That's our class.
That's your class?
Yeah, because you are moved from that place.
But I thought they said you are no longer using that building.
We are using it.
You are still using it?
Yeah, because they have not even opened it. So you say we should wait for
They've not opened which one?
The new one.
They've not opened a new building?
Yeah, so they say we should learn over there. So we are learning over there and don't know what have happened. We are informed too. Yeah.
So anytime you go and sit down there, you are not able to learn well?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there is a lot of heat over there. That place and dust and heat. So yeah, and the light is there is only
and
one.
The building too has been shaking?
Yeah, it's very weak.
No, let me talk to you in uniform. So you said when you go there, you'll be seeing that the building has been shaking?
Yes.
And you'll be sitting down there to learn?
Yes.
How do you feel when you are learning in such a building that is shaking?
I feel bad.
How do you feel bad? So the building shakes. Are you able to learn?
Yes.
Pardon?
I'm very scared when the building is shaking.
Like you get very scared sometimes?
Yes.
How do you shake? Can you demonstrate?
Like when you touch it and it will be shaking.
You touch with your small tiny hands and the building gets to shake?
Yes.
When it was that bad?
Yes.
It makes you very scared then?
Yes.
Let me talk to the last person here. You have the same thing to say?
Yes. mostly we are the Form 3s, and then we are the ones sitting at the last place. So sometimes when it rains, you can even see that the water is coming out from like the wall. Sometimes I can touch my friend and be like, hey, since I see you, look at the wall. I'm sure one day this thing will collapse. Sometimes we'll be sitting there, we'll be praying.
You've been saying it?
Yes.
I think you are a prophetess already.
Sometimes the teacher will be teaching, but we'll be praying like, Charlie, let's pray, because the way this thing is going, sometimes to the heat there, and even when people are praying, they are playing at the top and they are around, you can feel that something is shaking. So sometimes I'll tell the teacher I'm going to the washroom, then I'll go and stand outside, then I'll be like, hey God, please help us. So
instead of you to be focusing on learning, you are focusing your mind on.
You have to start praying, say your last prayers.
Yeah, they were also praying. The building still collapsed anyway.
Yes, but we thank God because we came to classes on Saturday and then we left. So Sunday, and I heard that they said the building have collapsed.
You came on class on Saturday you were in that building?
Yes.
Has your mother and your father bought you a crate of egg already?
Oh, yes.
Because Saturday and Sunday and then this happened?
Yes. My mother was even scared because last year then my dad passed away. So if this year too, she's going to hear the same, like, something like that. I don't know what she was even crying. So I told her.
You write BC?
Of course, yes.
But the other buildings that you've been learning in, how is it like?
That one today, I think they said they are arranging that place. So it's left with small, then they will finish the building.
You think they should come and open a new building for you guys?
Yes.
Pardon?
We don't have
No, wait, you said you think they should come and open a new place for you?
Yes, please, because we don't have desks. Now the building has collapsed. We don't even have desks where we can sit. So I think the government should bring us desks where we can sit, because this there is no good.
You will be a politician in future?
No, I want to be a journalist in future.
Yes. Why are you calling on the government at this point?
Yes, we have to call them.
Because
we need their help.
Because we don't have desks.
Yes.
There are no desks in all the classrooms?
Yes. All of the desks are in the
We're in that story building.
Yes.
All the desks were packed in that story building?
Yes. So we don't have desks.
Well, so these are some pupils and students here at Accra Newtown that narrating to us how and what they've been saying, what they've been seeing over the past few years. Some of them said they were here on Saturday to study ahead of the upcoming BEC, and fortunately for them, they escaped a day after the building collapsed. They are calling on government to intervene by providing them with desks and also open a new building for them to study in. Joseph Armstrong, Good Alugbe, TV3, Accra Newtown.
Thank you so much, Armstrong Gold Alogbe, for bringing us that live report. That's my colleague coming to you live from the home of one of the victims. And also we saw him there speaking to some members of the community, including students of the school, that experimental school in Accra Newtown. And from the accounts of all the eyewitnesses that we've heard this morning, this disaster was a long time coming. It's something that even young children anticipated could happen. And it's unfortunate that we talk about it today, and we talk about the death of 3 people, many people injured, and this is something that could have been prevented. Unfortunately, that's all time will allow us this morning to go into this issue, but our hearts go out to the family of that woman who lost her life after the crash yesterday. Her young son spoke to Armstrong over there, clearly distraught. Yeah, very, very heartbreaking to lose a mother this way and in church. Wow. Yeah.
And I don't know whether the GES was also aware that children were studying in that
building.
Well, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye, but we will continue to bring you updates in all of our subsequent news bulletins from 12 o'clock throughout the day and all of our other programs. And tonight, we will wrap it up on Ghana Tonight with all the updates on this and more. This has been TV3 Newday today. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Na Ashokor, and I've been on this morning with...
My name is Beatrice Edu. Thank you so much for joining us, and do enjoy the rest of our program. Sports is up next.